Good morning. On the other camera, on the DSLR. Listen, I'm going to go ahead and start this. We got 75 people in the room. I'm going to play this video for you, okay? This video is a former CO talking about talking about what happens when two women show up for the same guy in prison. I'm not the only CO or former CO that's ever seen this. Here we go.
Yeah. Two women show up to see the same guy. All right. Now they want to know who's this and who's that. And he's sitting there, oh, well, he's got a story. That story don't last because these two ladies, they start going at it right on the visit floor. Right on the visit floor, they are in each other's behind, all right? Pulling their hair, scratching faces. You know, it's a problem because they're civilians. So there's not much you could really do to two civilians. And you really can't be putting your hands on them and throwing them to the floor, cuffing them and doing, you could separate them, but you better make sure you're separating them the right way. But I'm going to tell you something, man. It is probably the most hostile fight you'd ever want to see by two civilians in a jail in a visit area. Because these two ladies, they were going at it. Now, it don't end there because now you put them out. They got to go. Now you got to put them back on the bus and send them back across the bridge to where they got to go. And when they get across the bridge, don't think that shit's over with. It's just about to get funky because they got people waiting for them on the other side or whatever case may be. And they figure this whole thing out. But at the end of the day, it can be a real bad situation. So be very careful about who you decide to comes to visit you on and on what day they come to visit you. Could be your last day. Two women show up.
Yeah. So I had an incident. I saw that mess. This is something that seems to be a very common occurrence. Okay. Oh, Fox. Yes, it is very real. It's happening all over the country. Okay. And it's not even mostly like two women. It can be more than that. Let me see if I can make this smaller because I want to make sure I've got enough room for this. So this is what I want to talk about. Okay. All right. You ever notice how some prison dudes have more women fighting over them after they got locked up than they ever did before they were free? Okay? Like when they were free. You'll have 5 women arguing over who he really loves. And none of them realize that they're fighting over a man who can't even open his own door. He's sitting in a cell, orchestrating chaos like a ringmaster. Okay, he's got one woman paying for the phone. He's got one woman. Oh, what was that? I have an echo. Well, it might just be you. Get out and come back. Might fix it. He's got one woman paying for the phone, one sending pictures, one buying the sneakers, one writing letters, okay? And one who still believes she's the main, all right? He's not lonely. He's busy. And every time he accuses one of them of cheating, okay, because this is the big thing we're talking about today. It's not because he's insecure. It's because he needs to distract her before she notices she's part of a rotation. Okay, so you're not dating a man in this situation. You're managing an illusion. You're not proving loyalty. You're paying rent on his ego. And the biggest lie that he ever told you was that you're the only one who really holds him down. No, baby. You're just the one who answered the phone the fastest. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart meet and please subscribe. Okay? And before I move on to some of this interesting stuff that woke me up at 3 in the morning that I had to jot down real quick, let me talk about my top viewers. All right, I want to shout y'all out. Mandy's in the number 1 spot, Momo's number 2, Miso's number 3, Caitlin's number 4, and Gardening Grunge is number 5. I appreciate each and every one of you so much. Let's get into this shit, okay? Because I'm not even kidding. 5 women, 1 dude, okay? Now the women are the ones contributing stuff, okay? The women are contributing. So here's what I'm going to show y'all. Let me make sure I got this thing out the way so I don't trip over it. Listen. We got women contributing. Where are we at? Right here. Nope. I'm going to start right over here. You know what? I want to do it like this. This is better. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Okay, so we got 5 women. Okay, that's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Okay? 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 5 women. Okay? That's what we got. That's what we got in this situation. He's calling 1 for the commissary money, 1 for the visits, 1 for the pictures, 1 for the phone, okay? 1 for the emotional support, whatever. Or he could be using them up for a combination of bullshit. Who cares, okay? 5 women altogether. But this dude isn't contributing shit. I just set off my sister's dog. He's not contributing a goddamn thing, okay? That makes him 0, okay? That makes him 0, okay? And I just realized those on the tubes of you can't see this. 5 women. Sorry, Odin. 5 women divided by 1 dude, but that dude isn't contributing shit, which makes him 0. 0. What the hell happens? Did anybody remember math in school? What the hell happens when you divide 5 by 0? 5 divided by 0 is what? Anybody, go ahead, somebody put it in the chat. What is 5 divided by 0? 5 divided by 0, there we go. Who said it? That was none. No, it's actually not even 0. It's not even 0. Nish said it. 5 divided by 0 is undefined. It's undefined. 5 divided by 0 is undefined. And I'm about to tell y'all exactly why 5 divided by 0 is undefined. It's not even 0. It's not even 0, because you understand, back in the day when we were learning multiplication, you have to know that dividing is just a flip, okay? It's really a flip of multiplication. So that's like saying 5 or 0, okay? Because we're dealing with 0 right here. That is like saying 0 times 5 equals something. But what is 0 times 5? What the hell is 0 times 5? That one you can actually get an answer to. What's 0 times 5, y'all? Exactly. 0 times 5 is nothing. It's nothing at all. Nothing at all. 0 times 5 is nothing. So when you got 5 women fighting over a 0, it don't make no fucking sense. Okay? It don't make no fucking sense. You got 5 women who are putting everything down. They are contributing the money, the emotional labor, the phone time, the visits. They're doing everything. And this bitch over here is sitting in a cell like a goddamn ringmaster, not contributing shit. There is no way that you can divide 5 by 0. It don't make no fucking sense. Okay? It don't make no fucking sense. And that's what we're talking about today. That is what we're talking about today. It don't make no goddamn sense. Alright? That ain't me just talking. That's math. Who said that? The math is mathing right. Because the math ain't mathing over here. It don't make any sense. Okay? That's what I want these ladies to understand. That's what I want these ladies to understand. Listen. Let's talk about the Audacity Olympics. Okay? And I got my sister's dog losing his mind. I'm sorry, baby. Come here, Odin. It's okay. It's just TT. Come here, baby. He's probably pissed. Nope, he ain't even coming over here. Mandy, thank you so much for power sharing the live. Listen, y'all. Let me talk about the top viewers real quick. Mandy's number 1, Momo's number 2, Miss E is number 3, J-Boss is number 4, and Gardening Grunge is number 5. I appreciate y'all so much. And hey, once we get that rose gold completed, I will open up the panel for discussion. Okay? And there's a second goal, all right? The second goal is for role plays, because I got some nice juicy role plays if we make it that far today. I know the prison dudes have Odin riled up. This is the type of math women need. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're crying over here. Listen, let's talk about the Audacity Olympics, okay? When a man has nothing, the man has nothing, but he's still demanding everything. It don't make no sense, okay? He has no car, no job, no freedom. He ain't got shit, but somehow he has standards like a king. He will accuse you of cheating. From a 6x8 cell, he's got options, okay? And the truth is he does, because he created them. He created the options, okay? Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart meal. Please subscribe. He is going to accuse the women of cheating. The accusations, though, aren't insecurity. They're kind of formulated to make you believe they are, so that you keep trying to prove yourself. But they're not insecurity, they're leverage. All right? It's how he keeps you on a leash while he juggles the others. Okay? So here's what it actually is. You know how we talk about the 7 narcissistic traits of these prison dudes and how they destroy women's lives? Well, the first one we talk about is their grandiose bullshit. I'm the king in here, okay? Listen, it's that grandiose behavior mixed with a little narcissistic supply management. That's what it is. So I want to know from y'all, just be honest, and it's okay. How many of y'all have ever had a man with no job, no car, no Wi-Fi, still acting like he's running HR for your life? Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had that going on with you. It happens sometimes. It sure happens sometimes. I'm seeing some 1s. I'm seeing some not me's and some nevers, and I'm glad for that. But it does happen. It does happen. Because those guys will be really manipulative. All right? All right. So let's talk about this. Okay? Let's talk about the rotation. His survival strategy masquerading as romance. All right. But real quick, I want y'all to see this one more time. 1 woman, 2 women, 3 women, 4 women, 5 women, 5 women all together, divided by 1 0, not doing a goddamn thing. 5 women divided by 0 don't make no goddamn sense, okay? I want y'all to keep that in mind, because this is about to be gone. This is about to be gone. So keep it in your head. The 5 women are holding this man down, and he's not contributing anything but a headache and accusations. What the hell do we call that? There's a word for it, y'all. What do we call it? Anybody know? Go ahead and put it in the chat. What is that called? He's got all these women around fighting for the number 1 spot in his dusty ass life. What is that? Yeah, it's a scrub manipulation. Milk. Triangulation. Exactly. We're about to get into that now. So you got every woman serving some kind of function. Okay? Every woman is serving some kind of function in this punk's life. Okay? It's not just a feeling, though. 1 can be for the money. 1 could be for that validation. Oh, you're the best man in there. Oh, 1 is for emotional labor. 1 is for fantasy. And 1 could be for backup. He's got these women playing all sorts of roles. He could actually be getting money from all of them, though, but hey, whatever, okay? He calls it loyalty, though, but we all know it as triangulation, okay? He pits one woman against each other, okay? He pits the women against each other because chaos keeps them competing. Chaos keeps them competing, and if they're competing, they're not comparing notes, okay? They're not comparing notes. Let me play you a video real quick.
To ask y'all, and I have to know who agree with this and who don't, because there were several comments up underneath my post that I asked whether or not if you take care of your incarcerated.
Hold on. Now, I'm sorry because y'all can't actually see this, but it says on there it's for prison wives and girlfriends. Do you think your man is talking to other women to get what he needs and wants from prison? And this woman has answered the question.
Has been no boyfriend or not? Okay, and some of the women were saying yes, some of them were saying no, I don't have to. Some of them were saying my man just thugs it out and he don't ever ask me for anything. And for those, I salute you. But a high price nigga like mine, oh, he's gonna want some stuff, okay? He's not gonna be able to just skate by in there, okay? So with that being said, some ladies were saying that if you are refusing to do anything for your man, don't be so shocked and surprised when he starts talking to other women. Do you guys agree with that? How would you guys handle if you yourself is refusing to do anything, or as some of the women were saying, my man don't ask me for anything? For those women, do you think that your man is talking to other women, getting some of those basic necessities? Or do you really think that he's holding it down and staying true to you and that he's not asking nobody for anything, considering that he's not asking you for anything? I'm just curious, ladies. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm just curious.
Yeah. So she knows that this happened. She knows there's a bunch of women competing for the love of one dude who didn't care enough about his own freedom to be free. Ladies, ditch that man when he goes to jail. But this is crazy. Okay, so let's talk about this triangulation. I got another example for y'all. Hold on, let me pull my pants up. Let me fix my tunic. Listen. Y'all remember this dude back in school, okay? We talked about him. If y'all remember geometry at all, if y'all remember anything about a right triangle, a 90-degree, you know, the triangle that's got a 90 degrees, Pythagoras, okay? That dude Pythagoras. Hey, Restless Dreamer, listen. Pythagoras had a theorem. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. The whole point was to find the length of the hypotenuse, or find the hypotenuse of a right triangle. And he came up with the Pythagorean theorem. But there's little information that, you know, nobody has because it didn't have anything to do with math. Y'all don't know this, but I know this, okay? Because I did my research. Pythagoras had a niece. And his niece had a dusty ass dude, and his name was actually Hypotenuse, okay? Pythagoras had a niece with a dusty ass dude named Hypotenuse, okay? And he was trying to explain to his niece, girl, get up out of there, okay? Because he's trying to, Hypotenuse got himself another girl, and y'all are over here trying to figure out who was the main chick, okay? Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Pythagoras had a niece, and she had a dusty motherfucker named Hypotenuse. And they're sitting there trying to figure out who was the main and who was the side. Okay? And it was called triangulation. Pythagoras was trying to explain to her, okay, where are we at? He was trying to explain to his niece that hypotenuse right here was triangulating her and the other woman. This is hypotenuse. He called it C, but C actually stood for see you next Tuesday, okay? Because hypotenuse was a see you next Tuesday. And Pythagoras was just trying to tell his niece, he was trying to spare her, but she wasn't listening, so he had to draw it out. He had to draw it out for her to understand it because she was kind of a visual learner, okay? So, How do you figure out what the fuck hypotenuse is doing? Okay? How do you figure out what hypotenuse is doing? So he was trying to tell her, A squared, this is you. A squared. Why is it squared though? It's squared because, girl, you are fighting with yourself. A squared plus the other chick squared. Because if she knows about you, then she's also fighting herself. Equals C squared. Okay? You fighting with yourself, the other chick is fighting with herself, and hypotenuse is a dusty motherfucker who is at war with himself too. He had to tell her all this stuff for her to figure that shit out. Okay? You fucking do all that shit together and you figure out what the hell hypotenuse is doing. Okay? That's the Pythagorean theorem. It had nothing to do with goddamn triangles. It had to do with triangulation. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I saw it. I read it in a book somewhere. It was straight up triangulation. Okay? She thought she was the main. The other one thought she was the main. They're trying to figure out what the fuck hypotenuse is doing. Niece is at war with herself. The other side chick is at war with herself. And hypotenuse was a piece of shit at war with himself. A squared plus B squared equals hypotenuse's ass. Okay? After Pythagoras explained that shit to his niece, you know what? She finally got it and ditched that motherfucker. Alright? She got it and ditched that motherfucker. Yes, that's new math. That's, hey, I'm telling you. But you know what happens? All that stuff gets lost. All of that stuff gets lost. Okay? All of that stuff gets lost. They don't, because they didn't care about the relationship aspect of the triangulate. They just wanted to know, because it turned out that is actually how you find the hypotenuse of a right triangle. Okay? Hell, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Yeah, Mandy, that's what I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning for. Because my ass is silly. My ass is silly. And actually, the Pythagorean theorem is my very favorite. It is my very favorite mathematical equation. I think it's adorable. What is this live about? This live is about women fighting over a dude in prison who cannot open his own door. Okay? He can't open his own door, but he's got 5 women. Okay? He's got 5 women over there trying to, whatever. And he's triangulating them. Listen. Where are we at right now? Let me shout out the top viewers. Mandy's number 1. Momo's number 2. Gardening Grunge is number 3. Stephanie's number 4. And Sabrina, hey Sabrina, is number 5. Thank y'all so much. Triangulation behind bars. And I want to remind you, once we get that where are we with the rose gold? Oh, no. We're not very far at all with rose gold. But once we do get that completed, I will open up the panel for discussion. But yes, triangulation. I want to know from y'all. Have you ever realized that you were arguing with another woman over a man who hasn't seen daylight in a while? Has that ever happened to anybody in here? Have you ever realized like you were just fighting over a dude? And like, where the hell's he at? He's in a box. He's in a box. Anybody? I hope not, but I know it happens. I know it happens. But if it has happened to you, I want you to know you're not alone, okay? I've seen it happen to a lot of women. Yeah. I'm glad. If it hasn't happened to you, that's really good. If it has happened to you, you're not the only one, okay? So don't feel bad. Just get out of there, all right? You're dating a box man? Oh, come on now. Come on, silly long pants. Let's get up out of there. Hey, Medusa. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the projection play. Who are you with equals who else am I texting? Okay? Who are you with equals who else I'm texting. I want y'all to know that the guy's accusations are confessions wrapped in reverse psychology. I know a lot of us have seen that mess before, okay? When he says you must be cheating, what he's actually saying is I'm guilty and I need you distracted, okay? He cannot risk you going quiet though, because silence makes liars nervous. Have y'all ever noticed, like, you know somebody's lying because they can't, like, not stop talking? Like, they'll just keep on talking. It's almost like they gotta keep the conversation moving, or they just say, like, a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense, but they can't have the dead space. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Like, the people that just won't shut up. Like, it's like they're, yes, giving unnecessary details and whatnot. Yeah. A lot of times they're doing that because they're lying. Because if you're talking, then you're not going to be picking up on, you know what I'm saying? It's like you'll be processing what they're saying instead of, like, thinking about the lie. Okay? That's kind of what's happening right there. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. So, it's totally projection, all right? It's weaponized projection to keep you defending yourself instead of detecting what he's doing. If he's got you thinking that he is worried about what you're doing, you're going to be like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'll play y'all another video, okay, about just that. This woman is dating a jailbird, and she was being asked, how do you deal with those accusations of cheating? Okay? So here's how she deals with it.
So I guess we're doing questions now. So I answered y'all in some videos. Here's one. How do you deal with them accusing you of cheating if he does? Do I get accused of cheating? Girl, yes. All the time. Not all the time. Let me stop playing. I don't get accused all the time. But he does get DMs about me. He get a lot of DMs. He gets fake pages. He gets family sending stuff. He get exes sending stuff. He get whoever sending stuff. I don't know. But as far as my part, when I ain't trying to be petty, he know my schedule. He know where I be at. He know pretty much how I move, what I got going on, and what I be doing. He still question me because after all, he's locked up. He's in the fucking prison. He's locked up. He can't see me. Like, he can, but he can't, if that makes sense. Like, I can tell him where I'm at, but he still got that little thing in the back of his head that says she ain't where she said she was at. So it's an everyday battle. I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't gonna cap you down. It's a everyday battle.
Oops.
It's an everyday battle. Is it annoying sometimes? Fucking right. It's annoying. Because I really don't be doing shit. Like, I don't do nothing. So if I really was doing something, then I'd be like, okay, I'll take that on the chin. I don't be doing shit. So it's annoying, but pretty much just give him your schedule. Give him reinsurance. If you got a phone, turn the location on. If you want to. You ain't gotta go out your way. I ain't saying going out your way to, make somebody feel good. But if that's okay with you, that's what y'all got going on. Turn your location on. Just let them know what's going on. Keep them up to date. And if they don't believe it after that, girl, I don't know what to tell you. That's them. That's their business. This is business after that. But I do my best to be considerate of his feelings and let him know, like, this what's going on, this what's happening, this where I'm at. And yeah. Let me know if I answered that good for you.
Oh my God.
I'm rushing now, but if y'all got some more questions.
So, yeah. So, I'm going to turn my location on for dude. So, first of all, she's even talking about a dude that's got a cell phone. So, this man doesn't even care about himself. First of all, he's got a phone, an illegal phone. Because why would you need to turn on the location on your phone so that he could see it? He can't unless he has a cell phone. A dude with a cell phone in prison is doing all sorts of bad things. There's no reason to have a cell phone, okay? This is gross, all right? This is gross. And she's turning on her location because the dude is constantly accusing her of cheating. She has been manipulated into allowing herself to be controlled. And yes, of course he's cheating. Of course he is. But he wants to keep her on her toes. So she's so worried about not looking like she's cheating that she's not really thinking about what the hell he might be doing behind bars. Okay? This is ridiculous. So, I want to know in the chat, whenever he's accused you, have you ever stopped to think, what is he really doing? Have you ever thought about that? When he's accused you, have you ever thought, like, what the fuck he got going on? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not very nice, is it? Like, what the hell is he? Yeah, because he's probably doing something he ought not be doing. Let me shout out the top viewers real quick. Mandy's number 1. Momo's number 2. Kel is in her villain era is number 3. Medusa's number 4. Garden Grunge is number 5. Thank y'all so much. So let's talk about manufactured jealousy. Manufactured jealousy. What the heck is that? Manufactured jealousy is his free entertainment. Okay? They like that stuff. Cheers. Thank you so much for the roses. In prison, jealousy is theater. Okay? That's where he gets his culture from. You know? He sits back, drinks some toilet wine, and watches the ladies duke it out for his love. Ugh. Okay? He uses that jealousy to make y'all perform. And the more upset you get, the more proof he has that you care. Have y'all ever, golly, I've seen dudes act like that before. Like they get mad when you don't get jealous. I remember, oh my God, when I was dating that CO, back when I was a uniformed officer, I got to a point, like I just quit asking him questions. And he asked me like why I wasn't asking him questions anymore. He actually asked me. And I'm like, oh, Melly, no, toilet wine. Or in a bag. Okay? Yeah, it's gross. But yeah, the guy that I was dating, and we worked together. We were on the same shift. We were both 5-day-a-week workers, okay? We saw each other all day long. And he would actually do some bullshit. Like he would, if it was like a long weekend, and it took a while for me to recognize his pattern. But if we were going to have like a 3-day or a 4-day weekend or something, he would pick a fight a couple of days before just to not talk to me. And I realized this was happening, and I was like, oh, wow. Okay, yeah, this guy is a piece of crap. But I didn't leave him because I didn't have any real proof. It was sad. Like, I was still kind of in my male-centeredness thing, and I was going through some shit. Like, I thought, like, having a dude was what you were supposed to do, or else you look weird. And so I stuck with them. I shouldn't have. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Okay? Yeah, gaslighting and manipulation. Y'all, get out of there. If you notice that pattern, it's not ever going to get better. Just get out of there. And I had to think about it, too. I was like, this dude is not paying a single one of my bills. He doesn't actually live with me. There's no real benefit to this dude being in my life at all. Like, zero. What am I doing? And I had to finally get rid of him. Yeah. Like, after thinking. But with all his stupid... Because he would accuse me of cheating once in a blue moon. Like, well, not even once in a blue moon. Once in a while. Once every other month, it seemed. We worked right there together. And he knew I was just going to work and home. He knew I had kids and stuff. Like, I'm busy. You know what I'm saying? But that didn't stop him. It's because he was cheating. He was cheating. Okay? But yeah, the dude doesn't actually want peace at all. He just wants proof of possession. And that's what you give him when you get upset about stuff. So yeah, when I stopped asking him questions about things, he was now asking me how come I didn't care that he wasn't going to be there this weekend. Like, I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean? But it's emotional puppetry, all right, disguised as passion. So I wonder, have you ever mistaken his control for concern? Have y'all ever done that? Mistaken control for concern? Anybody? Let's see, jealous men and jealous men that like him are dangerous. Yes. Let's see, their way of staying in control is to make you feel guilty for something. Blame shifting. Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of yeses on that. Mistaking control for concern. Absolutely. It is not very nice at all. All right, let me talk about the top viewers. Mandy's number 1, Momo's number 2, Kel is number 3, Medusa's number 4, and Nay is number 5. Thank y'all so much. Let's see, he claims his control is concern. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Or feel like I'm being gaslit. You are. You're being gaslit for real. Yup. Yeah. And it's like, if he's doing that, then there's a reason. Okay? There's a reason, and you're probably not going to like that reason. Let's see, or their control is described as respect for him. Yeah. Or you accept control because you feel like it means they care. Yeah. And a lot of women are socialized into doing that, Gianna. All right, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about the phone bill puppet strings, okay? This dude is going to control the dynamic by controlling the communication cycle, okay? You miss a call, you must be cheating. You answer too fast, well, why are you so available? Almost, it's like you can't win. Every scenario ends with you having to explain yourself. It's weird. I don't know. It kind of brings me back to being in that situation with that other officer that I was dating. And it's like, nothing I did, and it was because he was actually cheating. That's why. That's why I was always having to explain something. But it didn't make any sense. It was like the two things that I would have to explain don't even match. But what is it? It's actually coercive control through communication dependency, okay? It's modern day surveillance with a dial tone. Let's see. Hold on. I just got here. What do you mean he has no door handle? He's in prison. He's in prison. A terrible OPSEC. Yeah. Okay. So I want to know from anybody in the chat, have y'all ever argued with a dude in prison through a phone call you paid for? I want to know. Have you ever argued with a man in prison on a call that you paid for about what you are doing? Golly. Yeah. That kind of crap makes me sick. And I'm so sorry, but they make you feel like you have to, okay? Let's see, where are we at on the live goal? All right. Oh, we're not too far away. Okay, yeah, once we get the live goal completed, I will open up the panel for discussion. So let's talk about the trauma bond trap, okay? Chaos feels like chemistry. What does that even mean? Okay? Now, you know how we talk about the types of women that end up getting targeted by these dudes? Okay? And some of them have been abused. They've gone through trauma and whatnot. Okay? So if you're a woman that was raised in dysfunction, then his jealousy feels like proof of passion. Okay? Instead of feeling like, what the heck am I dealing with? You think, because that's all you've seen in your life, okay, if you've been raised in trauma. But it's not love, it's addiction, okay? Your brain confuses the anxiety, okay, with attachment because he keeps triggering your survival mode, okay? It's really jacked up. And the more unstable he acts, the more you chase emotional safety, okay? And that is exactly how a trauma bond forms. Oh, Caitlin, we only have 80 roses to go? Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. All right, so I want to know, When did y'all realize you were chasing peace from the same man that was causing the panic? Have y'all ever had that happen to you before? I have. Golly, yeah, that relationship with that other officer, with my fellow officer, was like that. Let's see, when he moved in with his ex. Nay, thank you so much for the roses. Let's see. Yeah. Yep, that's when he had to leave. Yeah, definitely been there. Yeah, it's no good. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heartbeat and please subscribe. So, yeah. This does happen a lot to a lot of women. And it's nasty. Oh, we just achieved the live goal? Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I only have 2 short things left. Oh, Janessa, thank you so much for the corgi. And Nay, thank you so much for finishing off that goal. Actually, let me shout out everybody that contributed. I really appreciate y'all. Mandy, Saint, Calificent, Momo, Medusa, Sabrina, Gardening, Stephanie, Bree, August, Miss girl, I'm sorry. I don't know. Caitlin, Jody, Mommy, Secretly, J-Boss, Braid Me Up, Kayla, Lumiel, Sendig, Abby, and Dion. Okay. Thank y'all so much for contributing to the live goal. This goal that I'm setting up right here will be for the role plays, because I've got some fun scenarios for the role plays, okay? But real quick, oh, I didn't actually set it. Oh, man. I thought I did. I accidentally, left the screen without actually doing the thingy. Good Lord. I thought I confirmed it. There we go. Okay. So this goal is for the role plays, okay? Because there are some role plays on this one, and this is silly. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to finish up these last 2 sections real quick, okay? And then I'll open it up. So, let's talk about I'm locked up, you're free, okay? This is the guilt that they'll try to throw on you, all right? He'll say, you can do whatever you want. I'm in here suffering, okay? He will use pity to keep you paralyzed. Guilt makes control easier because now you're punishing yourself for living. Okay? Let that sink in. He's not actually afraid of losing you, though. He's afraid you'll remember you're free. Okay? So I want to know, have you ever caught yourself apologizing for having a life? Put a 1 in the chat. If you've been with a prison dude and you've ever caught yourself apologizing because you were living your life. Hell, I saw a video about that. I keep talking about this one where the guy was trying to call, it was her birthday. It was her birthday and he knew it. And he knew that she was going to be going out with her girls. And he tried to call her like a bajillion times while she was out. He knew she was going to a club. The next day, and she didn't answer because it was her birthday. The next morning when she answered the phone, he cussed her smooth out. Okay? Can prison equate to church too? If so, 1. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, any of those relationships or dynamics where there's some kind of coercive control, yes. Let's see, on my birthday, he didn't do nothing but demanded $40 that weekend. Oh, my Lord. Yuck. All right. And the last section before we get into the discussion, let's talk about the door handle reality check. Okay? So you're fighting with a man who literally cannot open a door. And yet he's got 5 women opening their wallets, hearts, and lives. That is not power, it's performance, okay? Once you stop defending your loyalty, his whole illusion collapses, okay? The moment you stop fighting for this dude, he loses his audience. And I want to know from y'all, why argue for front row seats to a show that ends with your own heartbreak? Okay? Would you, after hearing all this stuff today, do y'all want to be still in that situation? You're sitting there. Actually, you had to pay for the front row tickets to your own demise. Ditch that man when he goes to jail. Seriously. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. All right? He didn't care enough about his own freedom to be free, but he wants you to sacrifice your freedom and your sanity and your money to make him comfortable. He's not doing it because he loves you. He is doing it because he needs his supply. He needs his supply. And that is the only thing he cares about. Not a single woman and her feelings. None of that. He cares about who is going to do what for him. That is all. That is all. And now the panel is open for discussion. Panel is open for discussion. And let's see. I have 5 different role play options up here that are pretty silly. If y'all want to do the role play. But yes, the panel is open. It is open for discussion.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So I have a story to tell. I have been in not great relationships all my life since I was 16 years old. I was married once to a guy that was out here. He wasn't in prison, but he cheated on me a lot. We ended up getting a divorce. I ended up with another guy that was out here that was very physically abusive. We were together 7 years in my 20s. So at that point, he ended up going to prison for putting his hands on me. And at that point, I kind of just moved on and started living by myself. I didn't want to date anybody after him. Years later, I ended up going online and meeting a guy through a pen pal site, which was a horrible, worst decision I could have made. But at the time, it was easier for me to talk to someone that wasn't here because I didn't really physically want to see someone. I just wanted to get to know someone. And I had never done that before. So, ladies, don't do it. Don't ever meet a man on a pen pal site. I'm just going to say it like that. When I first started talking to him, what I thought was his sister actually connected us to be able to conversate. So she told me how to, download this app and do all this and that. And so he could call me. Well, he was calling me on his own money at first, but let's just say 6 months in, then I had to start putting money on the phone. At that point, I was already kind of getting attached to, talking to him, and I started having feelings for him. Because a lot of these guys are very convincing. They're very manipulative. I'm a strong woman. After all I had been through, in my mind, I'm like, nobody can get over on me. But that's just not the case. These men actually, while in prison, read books just to manipulate women, specifically. And some of the men in there are not only manipulating women, but they're manipulating men too. So, but that's a whole nother thing. But point in case, the woman that I thought was his sister, that was not his sister. This was another woman that he was manipulating, and had manipulated her so much to the point that she was thought that she was like his wife, and that she was helping him get more help while he was in there. That's how crazy it got. I talked to him, I'm going to be honest, I talked to him almost for 2 years. And he ended up getting out of prison. I did see him. He died 2 weeks out of prison. Now, he had an addiction, and he died of fentanyl overdose. But point in case, you really truly don't understand the severity and the complexity of how these men think. And what they have trained their own minds to do as far as manipulating women, it gets really serious. And when he died, it was like, it was still hard for me. Although he had manipulated me for all those years, it was insane to me that that was the norm in there. And I've known a lot of people that I grew up with. I grew up in Houston, Texas, and I had a lot of people I grew up with that went to prison and stuff, but I had never seen somebody manipulate a person to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just wanted to share that because I know a lot of women, you know, whatever the case may be, if you're talking to someone in prison, it doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you, like you said before on another one of your lives, a lot of women, it's just a convenience at that point because of bad situations they've been through out here, or they feel more comfortable because they don't physically have to see the person. But they will drain you. And at the end of the day, out here, we have to live, especially if you're single and you're by yourself. If we don't pay our bills, we don't eat. We don't have a roof over our head. They still have food that they can eat if no one sends them anything. And a lot of times when you're sending the money, it's not for what you think it is. They will sell you it's because they need this, they need that, they need hygiene, they're going to buy food off someone because they didn't make store, it's 90% of the time it's a lie. They're buying something else with it. They're getting drugs or whatever, alcohol or whatever the case may be. So I just wanted to share that. Be very mindful of what they're asking you to send money for. And if it was me, I wouldn't date anyone else in prison, period. I just wouldn't. Err on the side of caution.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your experience.
Yes, ma'am. If anyone has any questions or anything, y'all can ask me. I went through it for so long to where I could pretty much tell you the ins and outs of what exactly they're going to do and say. And sometimes when you start talking to them, they're not going to make you pay. Actually, in the very beginning, this is what was crazy. This is how deep his manipulation got. And I learned it over time. I was able to, he let it all out eventually. But in the beginning, he sent me money, which was what was crazy. He sent me money, not a lot, but maybe around $100 over like a month or so of another girl's money that I didn't know. And that was his way of it's kind of like a bait and switch. It's kind of like, well, I'm always going to look out for you when I got it. But then when you look out for me, it's not compared to how I looked out for you. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if a man tries to send you money in the beginning, that's just him trying to reel you in, honestly. For either wanting more money later, wanting you to do things for him, and some of them even want you to go up there to do illegal things, like bring drugs and everything else on visitation. I've seen that too. I saw it with my own eyes, because I did physically used to go up there and visit him for a couple of months. So, mind you, I'm in Texas. He was in Ohio. And in all accounts, I feel like I am a strong woman. I run a business. I've run a business for the last 10 years. I have my own house. I have my own car. And like you said yesterday, they don't just go after people. They go after women that are strong and sometimes single and by themselves by choice. Because they want to have that one-on-one connection. Like, oh, I'm going to show you something different. And I have your undivided attention, So,
absolutely.
Ladies, just be careful.
Yes.
It's a crazy world out here. With men out here as well. I mean, just be mindful. It's not always what it seems. And I heard on another podcast of a woman talking, and she said, men will always think of themselves first, but women will always think of others first. Because that's our heart. That's how we were made. And if you start thinking of yourself and your children first over your potential boyfriend or whatever the case may be, things will go smoother for you. Because they would, in a heartbeat, they would do that for themselves, period. So,
well, actually, it's not that we were made that way as women. We've been socialized that way.
True.
And they were not.
And that's true as well. Yeah.
They weren't socialized.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, men are, I guess like you said, men have been socialized to be selfish. Because
Absolutely.
I mean, my sister has gone in and out of prison, and she would tell me about her situations in there, and she said that it's not a lot of husbands that would come and visit their wives or girlfriends or whatever. You know, it's just it's different.
Mm-hmm.
A women's prison, if you look at the differences in a women's prison and a men's prison, there's a vast difference.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's because the men out here are not gonna they're not gonna go out of their way. They're not.
No, they're not at all. I remember being a uniformed officer. One of the caveats to working, like when I got promoted to, real quick, please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart meal and please subscribe. And once we do get that live goal completed, I will open up the role plays. Okay. So when I was a uniformed officer, one of the caveats when I got promoted to 5 days a week was every few weeks, like every month and a half or so, I would have to do visitation. And I liked working outside. I did not like working inside because that's where you would see all the wild stuff, like dudes overbooking themselves and, and just weird stuff. Like I would have to, I didn't want to like partially strip search women that forgot to wear like not their underwire bra that day. I'd rather be outside in the snow. Right. But we had the men's unit that I worked at, and then in the same parking lot we had the women's unit. And so, it was like one long entryway to get to get access to both prisons. And seeing the amount of cars going over to the men's side versus the tiny amount of cars going over to the women's side, even though the women's side housed just about the same amount of inmates.
Absolutely.
It was the saddest thing. It was the saddest thing. And a lot of those women were in prison behind a dude.
Yep.
Behind a dude, being a ride or die.
High percentage of women that take cases for their boyfriend or husband.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they get abandoned. But you've got all this stuff, all these people loving on these male inmates that are just several time fuck-ups.
Oh, yeah.
And the women get forgotten about. And it's really sad. It's really sad in there.
Oh, yeah. And I'm going to go as far to say, because with this particular person I was with, or thought I was with,
mm-hmm.
It came out that he was talking to 15, 20 women at a time, all getting money from them. Like I said, I mean, he had addiction, so he was an extreme case, but most men in there are talking to more than one woman, even if they're married. I mean, I'm sorry, that's what I've come to realize.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. They've got the girlfriend, they've got the wife. They got the wife and the girlfriend. Hell, I've seen it where the wife and the girlfriend showed up to the prison at the same time.
Yeah.
And they scrapped in the parking lot. We had to call state police.
I believe that.
Yeah.
For sure.
It was bad. That's the only time I've seen it, but I know it's happened multiple times at the prison I worked at. Yeah. Somebody's talking about and many have a boyfriend inside. Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes.
That's true too.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wasn't even going to bring that up in this one because I bring it up. I bring it up so much that like I don't want it to seem like, I'm thinking that they're all doing that. So I wasn't even going to bring that up today. But I mean,
I think it's a high percentage of guys that are on the deal, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Shit, it's very high, and the sad thing about it though is like a lot of these women, the wives and the girlfriends, are actually funding their boyfriend's boyfriend in there, and they don't even know. They have no idea. Hell, I've seen it, and I don't know if this might. I've seen a situation, and this is. I just mentioned how I didn't like to work indoors. I hated working inside the prison during visitation because I worked at the men's unit. I've seen it where I've been working on, I knew that there's two dudes that are sleeping with each other and they've been sleeping with each other or they're really close, but we haven't caught them together. You know what I'm saying? Right. We have not caught them in the act, so we can't just like put them in trouble
Do anything until
on
you catch 'em,
suspicion. Right. But they are behaving in a way that lets me know that they're probably sleeping together. Both of them have like either a wife or girlfriend. This crap was crazy. So visitation day comes, and I guess they set it up where, you know, the one guy number one. Let me, you know what? Let me actually, because I forgot. I got this wall now. Y'all, this is the kind of shit I would see, okay? This is the kind of shit I would see in prison. Which is why I hated working inside. Please put me outside, boss. I don't want to be indoors because I don't like seeing this shit. Because if y'all haven't noticed by now, I can't control my facial expressions. I cannot control my goddamn face. Okay? So this is the shit I would see. Ooh, I'm getting dust all over everything. I'm going to have to clean up. Okay, this is what I would see. You got inmate, where we at? We got this inmate right here, okay? You got inmate right here, okay? And you got this other inmate right here. He's got a bigger head than the other guy, okay? So you got these two inmates, and they are boo things together, okay? They are in love. They are in love, 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 okay? They do everything together, okay? They go to chow together. They shower together.
Yeah.
They do everything together. But come visitation time, this guy's wife will show up. His wife will show up with her cute hair, okay? And then this guy's girlfriend will show up. Okay. She's got curly hair though. Alright. So these two are together. These two this one doesn't know about this guy. This lady doesn't know about this guy. But here's what happens. They will all go to visitation together. They'll show up at the same time. They'll call their girlfriends and wife and be like, hey, can y'all make sure you get here at 9?
And the girlfriends and wives will become friends.
Yup. They'll all be sitting together. They'll be sitting together and laughing and hugging. And now these two are friends together. They're friends together.
When I went, there was a couple times I went on visitation, and he would point out all the DL guys. He'd be like, oh, he's got a boyfriend. He's got, I see they, I'm like, what? And they'd be sitting with their wives.
Yeah.
He put that part down. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And then when you were talking yesterday about men hating women, and that's, in my opinion, if a woman hates a man so much, yeah, either he has mom issues or he's on DL.
Yeah, it could be. But here's the thing that I saw, though. Working in visitation, when visitation was over, those ladies would go home and those dudes would skip back to the barracks after they get strip searched.
Yep.
And they're just like, they just pulled off a heist. That's how it goes. Yep. Oh.
That's, wow. Yeah.
That's how it goes. Nobody else had anything to say? I'm surprised. I might have to leave. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe.
I saw one girl come in on visitation, and her, I guess, boyfriend or husband had convinced her to bring drugs in her baby's baby carrier. I'm like, they caught her. She was in front of me. And I was like, wow. That's crazy manipulation to bring your baby into that.
Yeah. I've seen the after effects. I talk about that one all the time. We had because I heard the calls. I caught the call live. And I had to go back and the guy was working on his baby mother for weeks.
Yeah.
And just on the jail phone. Like, that's what was crazy. It was on the prison phone. And she was like, no, I'm not going to do this because it sounds like I'm going to get caught. And he's like, no, you're not. They're not paying attention. Because we had a quiet prison. It was a very quiet prison. But that dude didn't know me. And he didn't know that I was like listening to the calls and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, he was working on her. And I remember when I first got the indication, I was like, oh my God, how far back does this go? And I told the chief of security and they were like, there's no way that this is going to happen. And as it got closer, we were getting prepared for it. And we're like, there's no way that she's going to bring these drugs into that baby's diaper into the prison. And sure enough, she did it.
Yeah.
Sure enough, she did it. And we were like, no freaking way. We were waiting on her. It was the saddest thing. We had to call state police.
In that situation, they feel like they're really being there for their man.
Right.
They're really being there for their, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and we ended up having to call state police, and state police called CPS, and I had to watch that baby get taken away.
Yeah, and that man didn't blink an eye. I promise you.
Probably not.
I mean, he might have felt something, but you couldn't have if you would ask her to do that in the first place.
Right. I mean,
Knowing that was a possibility.
He felt something when we threw his ass in the hole.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he ever felt bad for what happened to his, I'm not sure if it was his wife, but I'm not sure if he felt anything about his family. But I know he was upset about going to the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ladies, if you got a guy asking you to do stuff like that, he doesn't like you. I don't care if you got kids with him or not, or whatever. Like, he doesn't care about you at all.
Right.
Seriously. Mm-hmm.
Because a man will outweigh the consequences in the situation if he really doesn't want you to be hurt, harmed, or something to come. I'm not saying all men, 100% of men in prison are, but it's a high percentage.
Yeah.
You know.
I say it's too high of a percentage to get involved with one.
Right. I wouldn't even chance it.
Yeah.
Especially not on a pen pal site. I think they need to take pen pal sites out. I mean, honestly. Because that's all they're basically used for at this point.
Yeah.
And when I said men will scam women and men, that's exactly what I mean. They will have men from pen pal sites writing them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So just think about that. You have a guy you're talking to, and he's got his little tablet with a bunch of men and women on there. He's saying he's not gay, but he's telling them he is. That's crazy.
Oh, goodness. Let's see. Angel's saying, I married a man in prison. I married a man in prison, and a year after he was out, he found another friend and left me, but will not give me a divorce. What? I don't like places where you have to ask permission from the other person to get a divorce. I don't like that shit.
Right.
Let's see. Why do we get on social media and act like we've never been broke? What are you talking about? Let's see. 40 years ago, I was dating a man who got in trouble, went to jail, wanted me to sneak money in a balloon. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Of course I didn't. Good. Because that's wild. I'm thinking, thank you so much for the finger hearts. That is crazy. That is crazy. Hell, I saw a woman, she was an officer that got convinced. She was manipulated. And she was getting paid, but I don't know how much she was getting paid in this one. Hey, Sebastian. But this was an officer, by the way. She tried to sneak into the prison, and it was a unit that had a body scanner. So that let me know that whoever was on body scan, like, they didn't have it calibrated right. But they detected she had a bunch of stuff in her body. And when she pulled everything out, because I guess they called state police, and then this was when I was internal affairs. They had me go over to that unit. This woman, God dang. They had everything in the conference room, like, on a table, just spread out. All the stuff she had in her body. She had $300 of green money up in her purse. She had a few balloons full of different illicit substances. Okay? Like, a few different types of illicit substances. She had a phone up there. She got she just had a lot of stuff shoved up in there, and it was like I don't even know if I've got like enough stuff to kind of explain. Yeah, she had a phone up there, Ray. That she was trying to smuggle in. Yeah, it was her work day. She was trying to clock in for shift, and yeah. Let's see, have we seen... no, I don't know who that person is. Trying to romanticize being a prison wife. There's nothing good about being a prison wife, and that scares me. That scares me because the prison wife, that's a recruiter. That's a recruiter. I have a whole life dedicated to recruiters who just want you to be involved in their misery. Don't fall for it. Don't you fall for it. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe.
How do I drop down from here?
Oh, I'll take care of it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Nobody else wants to come up? That's all I got. I finished that one early. I figured everybody would want to talk about it. This sucks, actually, kind of. Let's see. It just depends on what type of man it is. No, it doesn't, Red. Well, okay, I don't know. Maybe you got some information that I don't. Why don't you come up and explain it to me like I'm 5? I just invited you up, Red. Because I want to know. I want to know. Red, are you going to come up? Or are you just going to jaw jack in there? In the comment section. I just sent you an invitation. You're working right now? No, you're not. You don't look like you work. So I'm going to block you because I think you're a bot. Let's see. They have 5 or 6 people sending the money. They sure do. They sure do. Yep. No, Penny, I'm not even sure if that's a coward. I think that's actually a computer. I think that was a computer. How's it going, sweet firecracker? Yeah. Listen, these guys. Oh man, that's all the stuff I got. Okay, here's what we'll do. Cause y'all are killing me here. What if they don't ask you for anything? I'm gonna tell you right now, Lee. They might not be asking you for anything except for your emotional labor. But if they're not asking you for money, they're asking somebody else. I guarantee it. I can actually say with nearly 100% certainty, close to like 99% certainty that they will be asking somebody else for money. Because that's typically what women talk about when they say, didn't ask me for anything. But he's using your emotional labor and your time. Okay? What if they get money from their mom? You still don't want them. Why do we want them? Okay? It makes no sense. It makes no sense to be with them. Let's see. That's what happened to me. He was asking everyone else for money. Yeah. Hi, Michelle.
Hey, Lavender. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of things you were saying. I've been watching your lives for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if I'm like you said it before, if a man is already making those kind of bad choices to begin with, how are they going to be for a woman in a relationship? You know what I mean? So people have to think about that too. They're already making bad choices. So why would you waste your time? I already did it. I've done this before. I was with a guy for 2 years. He went to prison for 3 years. Then we were together after prison for a year. He treated me the best when he was in prison. When I look back on it, and I feel so dumb. Like I wasted so much time, when I could have just been done with it,
No.
But I think a lot of times they trap us with the emotions. They know women are emotional and they play on it. And I feel like if you're talking to somebody that's in prison, even if you know them from before, it's always the same outcome usually. So it's never good.
Yeah, it's never good. It's never good. And no, you weren't dumb. You were getting lied to. Okay, so try not to think about it like that. All right? Try not to think about it as you being dumb. Okay?
Yeah, I just feel like I was just played because, the relationship before he went to prison was great. And then towards the end, he started making bad choices. And I should have just ended it then. And I don't know. I guess I was just super, what's the word?
In love?
In love. But I feel like I was also, I had low self-esteem probably. I just, was wanting to be with somebody so bad. And I think that's a lot of women too.
That's not necessarily low self-esteem. And we really do need to get out of that. You were being fed, okay? You were being sold a story. You were being sold a fairy tale.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy because when he got out, he was a complete monster. Like, it was a completely different person. Like, he was so nice and all this before, during, and everything like that. And that's what a lot of women don't understand is the stuff that goes on in there affects them when they get out. They can't just jump back into society. They make it seem like that, but I could tell that there were certain things that were just not right with him mentally,
Yeah. They go through a lot of trauma in there. Prison can be kind of scary. Like, even if nothing bad happens in his experience, the fact that bad things could happen, because you don't really know these people, and it's prison, that's scary.
Exactly. He was actually jumped by gang members when he was sleeping.
Oh.
And when he got home, he started, within the first week, he would wake me up. He was screaming in his sleep. He was having night terrors. Once I asked him, are you having bad dreams or whatever? Once I said something, he lost his mind after that. Because I don't think he was realizing what was happening. And then once I told him, it was just bad. It was just bad. He became abusive. He became just the most narcissistic person I've ever met in my life. It was all about him. It's just they change up, and they will say whatever they can. Like, men in prison will say whatever they can to get money or whatever they want, and then out here they'll say whatever they want to get laid. But in there they'll say whatever it takes to get money or anything. Just to use us women, just for their own play, So.
And so you're saying that he started becoming abusive once you asked him about his night terrors?
Once he had the night terrors, after that, it's just, all of a sudden, it was like a switch. He just became crazy, and everything was a problem. I could just say something, and he would just explode at me, he put his hands on me. That's why that was within about a year after he got out. So maybe like 6 to 7 months that started.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I've moved on. I'm in a better relationship now, and I left that in the past, and now I learned from it. So I just hope people that are listening, you guys, just don't believe what they say. They will say whatever it takes, and then once they get out, they are going to switch up on you. That's what they do, because they've used you, they become bored, and they do what they want to do, or they're going to go back to prison, or they'll find somebody else. So. But,
yeah.
Right. Thank you for letting me come up. I just wanted to share that, and I hope you have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's see. Ray says, I went to jail for 5 months due to my now ex-husband, and I had screaming nightmares for months. I am so sorry. Good grief. What if Lynn is asking, what if your current boyfriend goes to jail? Lynn, if your boyfriend goes to jail, he just told you how he feels about you. He don't like you. Okay? Get out of there. There's no reason to stay around at all. Let's see. Have you ever seen Love After Lockup? I don't like that show. I can't watch it.
I think that show is romanticizing those relationships. That show, it makes it seem like something it's not, and I think a lot of people go off that show as like, oh, I don't know.
I think it's horrible. I think it hurts women on purpose for money, and I don't like shows like that. I feel like any show, I don't like Love Island. I don't like any shows where women have to compete with other women for the attention of a man. I think that's stupid. I don't like that stuff. But like Love After Lockup is like hurting women. Because to me, all that stuff just hurts women on purpose for money. And puts them in a bad situation for money. Let's see. Isha's asking, do men in work release play women just like the ones fully incarcerated? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Once this live goal is completed, y'all, I will open this up for role. Are y'all interested in role plays today? I know I got finished with the outline like pretty quickly. I got that done in like an hour, which I was a little shocked. But I can't really open it up without getting that done. Yeah, they play women in rehab. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know anything about rehab though, but I've heard that from other ladies in the lives about that it's also a shitty place.
Yeah, work release guys, they definitely are working women on the outside because they need somewhere to go and fast. Mm-hmm. So they got their job lined up. They're looking for somebody to take care of them if they don't have anybody to go to. So they're definitely doing that.
And also, a lot of y'all, back when I was in internal affairs, I had no idea how many prison escapes we were having until I went IA. Because the only escapes that we would talk about were the ones that came from the regular units. But when I went internal affairs, there were women that would like drive up to the work sites, pick up these dudes and take them to a hotel, and they would be sleeping together. That was some weird shit. But those were technically escapes. And then sometimes we would have real people just like for real running off one of the sites and stealing a vehicle and shit like that. But there were, they use women at those work release sites, whatever girlfriend they've got with them. They'll get them a phone. Hell, and it's not even just the women. The people at the work release, like the other dudes working there, like the ones that are actual free world workers, will like let them have access to cell phones, which is crazy. And then, just all kinds of stupid shit happens. Let's see. I know the men are manipulated, but the question is, why do women think, oh, they're manipulative, but why do women think they could? Women are thinking that they can change men, buzzed, because we've been socialized to. We've been socialized to be Barbara the Builders and Fix-It Felicias. We have been socialized to try to fix men. That's why. And so it doesn't matter what socioeconomic class these women belong to. It doesn't matter the ethnicity of these women. None of that stuff matters because women in general have been socialized to try to fix a guy, whether it's his wardrobe or the way he walks or just like his job or whatever. Like we're socialized. We are told that is our job. That we are supposed to be like second mothers after these dudes get out of whatever. Let's see. We watched Beauty and the Beast as kids. Yes, Ray, that's a good one. Beauty and the Beast. That dude was atrocious. First of all, he was so atrocious that he got turned into a beast. Okay? Because he was a jerk. Okay? And then Belle comes in and tries to fix. Like, come on now. We were fed some BS. Lynn, thank you so much for the finger hearts. Let's see, I like the analogy you made with the computer mouse last night. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's like, yeah, we'll sit there and try to fix some bullshit instead of just, finding something that's already done. It's messed up. Let's see. Hey, do I have a mod available? Do I have a mod available to hold it down for a second while I take a brief commercial break? Who was that got their daily heart me? Light 808, thank you so much for getting your daily heart me. I appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, Miso.
Hi.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm going to run real quick. Oh, who's this trying to come up? Let's see. We got somebody trying to come up. Tell them hold what they got when they get in here, okay? And I'll be right back.
Hi, Crystal. Are you there?
Yeah, so I came up before.
Yeah, so if you'll just give me just a second, we're taking a little bitty break so she can go to the potty. So once she gets back, we can talk to you. Okay.
Okay, because I kind of been on both sides. I've been locked up myself, and then I've
Okay,
been.
Crystal. Okay, if you'll just give me just 1 second, okay? Let's wait till Lavender gets back.
No problem.
Okay, guys, we are trying to make our finger heart goal. We got 101 out of 500. If we meet that goal, we'll do a role play. I don't know if some of you people are fairly new in here, but we have a lot of fun doing that. We'll be like a prisoner, girlfriend, prisoner, wife, something like that, and we'll play out some of these scenarios in like a real time way to like basically bring out how like the audacity in some of these people and the way they act and how they manipulate and treat women. So if we can get to that finger heart goal, that would be greatly appreciated. If you can't, just tap the screen. That helps get the live up and out to other people in their FYP. So if you can't financially contribute, which is just fine, tapping is free and it helps greatly. Also, if you look at your bottom right corner, there's a little arrow that points to the right. That'll help share out the live to your friends. So if you want to do that and power share the live, that would be greatly appreciated too. Lavender works very hard to help women who have been in these situations with these felons, and it's a good message to get out to people who need to hear it. And she's back.
Thank you, Miso.
You're welcome.
Let's see, what did I miss?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
I've been on both sides of the fence to speak as like for the women and the men. I've dated 2 guys from prison. Didn't work out. They pretty much did everything you said. And then when it was, my turn to do my time, I had to, gain the guards, respect and trust. And I had to clean the whole jail. And I literally had to ask my roommates when it was commissary time to could I have the rest of their soap? Could I have, the stuff they were throwing away? Because I didn't get the support that, that we give them when they're locked up. You don't get, everybody's busy when you call home. You don't get that same energy at all.
No, not at all.
So, and then I guess I started at a young age, not knowing, being a child, experimenting myself at 16. I ended up dating a guy straight from prison, didn't even know it. I was taken from my mom and put in foster care, and right down the street from my foster home, my foster mother kept saying, "Leave that corner house alone. It is trouble." And I just didn't listen, and it went on, and we had 8 babies until I'm 46 now, and I just got my life together, chasing this man that I thought really loved me, and the whole time it was just playing and manipulating and doing everything for him. It just burnt me out, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ooh.
So they will do that, and he's still on the porch drinking at 65 years old. He's still like in a 15-year-old body, still doing the same old crap, and I'm not even with him.
Yeah, it's like Arrested Development.
Yep. Yep. And like you were saying about the women, are what we do is fix things. We're built to have children, take care of their every need. We're built to fix any problem we're faced with because we're women. That's what women do.
Right.
So these men target us because they know that they're going to eventually find somebody, and it's to take advantage of.
Absolutely. That is exactly how it works.
And I'm so glad I found you, because I was like, wow, she's telling it, but exactly how it is.
Yeah, I was actually, I didn't even understand. Like when I was a uniformed officer, I did not understand what was happening. I didn't understand at all what was going on. Not in the first 2 years of my career. And then when I got promoted to the Fusion Center, where I had to start, busting crime and stuff, like the weird trafficking and things, like I started getting a little bigger picture, but I didn't understand. I couldn't understand what was happening to the women involved. I just knew it was happening, but I just did not get why, because I saw, golly, y'all, I heard like the most crazy phone calls. I heard the most crazy phone calls, and I just could not understand for the life of me why women were listening to that mess. I'm like, just hang up. I would be in my office with the door shut, just like, hang up the fucking phone. Just hang up. You know what I mean? But I didn't get the love bombing and the future faking, and I wasn't going back, like, depending on whatever it was that I was investigating, I wasn't going all the way back to the beginning when they started, making the phone calls. I was only going back to like where the crime started happening, or when the inception of the crime was occurring, not all the way back to the beginning of these women's relationships. So I just did not understand. I just knew something wrong was happening. But what I saw when I finally went to internal affairs, and I had to get all that shit. You know what? My books aren't even here. Hold on. Let me go grab my books. Y'all. Oh my God.
Now I'm dealing with my own sons. I want to support them, but I don't want to support the behavior they did to get to jail to begin with. So now I'm fighting myself, saying I had to learn the hard way when I was in there. So now I'm fighting my sons getting locked up for breaking the law. So I'm like, I'm not sending them money. I'm not contributing, even though they're my kids. I can't do that because I'm teaching them to continue to break the law, and mom will take care of them regardless. I can't, I'm fighting myself right now because two of my sons out of the 8, thank God, they're doing stupid stuff like, driving on suspended continuously, buying vehicles knowing they don't have a license to drive them, putting fake tags on. So, of course, they keep getting pulled over, and they keep calling Ma Collect. I need some money. I'm hungry. No, you get food there. Learn not to break the law, and you won't be calling me from those phones. So I'm trying to give them tough love, but it's getting harder the more they call, because I don't want them sleeping with inmates. I've seen it all, so I don't want them to start saying, oh, damn, I really want a noodle tonight. And then somebody, bribing them because they're hungry and taking advantage of them. So now I'm like, oh my God, it's my children. Now what do I do? So it's really hard. It really is.
Yeah, it's But actually, with you being a parent, that's also a fine line too. You know what I mean? Like, it's different. It's a little bit different when we're talking about parents, because you have that bond with them. I mean, they grew inside your body and you risked your life to bring them into the world. You know what I mean? So no matter what, like, you're going to want them to be okay.
But they keep going back. So I'm like, I did it the first time, I did it the second time, and they're just going to keep doing it if I keep supporting this. So, and I feel that now they're just like, okay, well, mom's got me. I'll just go ahead and buy a car and drive again. So I'm trying to be different this time, and maybe it'll make a difference. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to wait and see.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry.
I'm not going to see them, go without for too long, but I'm just going to see if they'll just slow slow down and and not break the law anymore. That's how I learned. Tough.
Yeah.
It was rough, hungry, your belly growling when them doors are locked and you ain't got no commissary. It's hard.
Isha, how can you come up here? Cause you just said prison is inhumane. Can you come up here and talk about what you mean? Like, are you talking about their treatment, or are you talking about the system in general? Because I know it's going to be too much. It's going to be too much to try to put in the comment section, if you can. But real quick, please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can't contribute to the live goal, that'll be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Yeah, Isha.
I got a question before you get started with Isha. Yeah, no, I guess that it is
Oh,
a pretty
wait,
loaded
hold on.
statement to say.
Wait, hang on a second.
I just had a
What's
short question about like the things that they need in there. Like, Socket Queen said that they'll be washing their clothes in the toilet. As a CO, I know that they don't give you like extra shirts and things like that, but do they give you the basic amount of clothes that you need? That as long as you're moderately clean, you shouldn't have to do that, or are they really in there just like with one outfit working for 2 weeks dirty?
No, they should have multiple uniforms, and I don't know about the washing clothes in the toilet. They have sinks. So I don't know. Like they've got the toilet sink combo thing. But but I know they will wash their own clothes. Hang on a second. I know they will be washing their own clothes because they only have laundry once a week. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like they will wash their clothes by hand, but yeah, it's not I don't know. What I'm seeing Kit Kat saying they do wash their clothes in the toilet. I've never seen it. I'm like, why? They got sinks.
And that's what I'm asking. Like, are they not like? I know some of them have the jumpers. Some of them are wearing just like pants and their own like white cotton t-shirts and stuff. Are they washing their personal clothes that they want to wear all the time because they don't want to wear their prison clothes, or
they don't have Miso? Stop. They don't have personal clothes. That would be a great way to.
You get from commissary.
Oh, I'm like.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Girl.
Those clothes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they might wash them because they'll only have laundry like once a week, and they might not want to wait. You know what I'm saying? Because they only can have like a certain amount of stuff. Kit Kat, go ahead and explain that real quick. And then, because
you see the toilet combo with the stainless steel, right? When you push that water, it doesn't hardly come out. It's like a little tiny trickle. So you're having to hold your thumb down for a long time to fill up this sink. And you have to fill up the sink time after time after time to really get it clean. Well, honey, Mama's on the phone. Don't do that. So when what they do is they'll get some stolen bleach. They'll, if they have it, clean their toilet out real good, and they will wash their clothes in the toilet because the water flow is going a lot faster in there. That's the washing the clothes in the laundry. It is a real thing. They do it. People pay other people to wash their clothes in the sink in prison, unfortunately. So you get like 2 sets of whites, which are the 2 sets of whites, like the thick cotton ones. This is for TVC. You get 2 sets of those, and then women also got like a heavy cotton nightgown that was made out of safe material. Then you have your personals, which is like what you get from commissary, which is the white shirt, the white shorts, and bras and pants and all that stuff. All that, the personals, you can send it to laundry. It's going to come back gray. Because they're stealing so much bleach. This is on every unit. They're stealing so much bleach out of laundry every time when they're supposed to put a full thing in there. Nothing's getting clean, really. So you send your whites off, they come back gray. You send your personals off, they come back gray. It's really gross. It's also gross to wash in the toilet. So pick which level of gross you want to do. I was grossed out by all of it. And that's pretty much it, y'all. And it was like 50 cents for a top, a stamp, or a Coke at the time. That's what it cost. For a top, and 50 cents for a bottom. So people would, at a hobby unit, they'd be in the toilet scrubbing. Now at Mountain View, which is like a maximum security, we had real sinks where normal sinks like you do here. So you could just turn the water on and it would keep flowing. They washed in the sinks at Mountain View. The toilet thing is because of the water flow.
Okay, thank you so much, Kit Kat. Isha, let's get back to that. I'm sorry. Thank you for waiting, Isha.
It's okay, no worries.
So
I know that was a pretty loaded statement when I come in and say prison is a
yeah. What the hell?
It's loaded.
Yeah, what does that mean?
But when I think of it like that, I mean, and you hear about the conditions, that statement came after we're talking about people washing clothes in toilets. I mean, some of the stuff is pretty like animalistic. You hear about dudes using chip bags for condoms and just I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. The 2 things you just mentioned are things that they don't have to do. They can send their clothes to the laundry.
No, that's for sure. I wasn't buying.
And the thing about the condoms, they're not even supposed to be having sex in there.
Right. No, I'm just saying some of the shit that happens in prison is inhumane. Was I saying blaming the system for that? No, not necessarily. But the system, they're locked up in there.
But that's the thing. That's kind of. I'm just gonna say that's not really the word to use then, because them choosing to wash their clothes in the toilet is not because the state told them to wash their clothes in the toilet. Them using chip bag or whatever for condoms when they're not even supposed to be having sex in there, that's not the state telling them to do that. They're doing that. So
about some women only getting like, I'm on my period and maybe they only give me like one pad.
Now that is inhumane. That's inhumane and horrifying. Yes. That is trash.
You got 7 tampons for a month and a small pack of like 12 pads, and if it didn't work, it's too bad. You better use some toilet paper.
Yeah,
it was like.
Yeah, that's inhumane. Okay, but yeah, dudes washing their clothes in the toilet because they don't want to send it to the laundry, that's different.
Yeah, thank you for the clarity there.
Okay.
Blur those lines.
Mm-hmm.
It's nasty though.
Yeah, it is nasty. It's nasty. Mm-hmm.
In our county, they don't even have heat or air condition. The community actually purchased a lot of fans because of the heat exhaustion, and they literally, they don't have heat. They give you 2 blankets in the winter, and you just watch the walls, water running down them. You literally feel like you can't breathe in there.
Yeah, it's bad. I used to work in, and I'm seeing a question in here. I'm guessing you're asking Goddess Gabby if I've ever dated an inmate. No, I was internal affairs and had to deal with what happens when the women start messing around with inmates. But yeah, something I noticed as a regular CO, we didn't have freaking what PREA Act? I mean, yeah, PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act. Anyway, God. That used to be bad. Like working in segregation didn't have air conditioning in the unit I worked at. And I don't know what it was like. Actually, no, the inmates actually had air. But for whatever reason, it was just nasty in the like out in the well, there's no common area, but it was, their cells were okay. But yeah. Isha, can you do me a favor? Just come back if you've got questions about that stuff, because I'm having to go, because I can answer the questions, but I'm realizing like you could put the just come back up and I can answer the questions instead of doing like one line and I got to decipher what you're talking about like through the chat. Like that's, I'm sorry, y'all, I can't do that. Okay, I don't know how to do that. Like, you have to remember, like, I'm trying to talk to people and answer other questions, and you're writing, like, one line. Real quick, please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, if we get the live goal completed, because there's still a lot of time left, we could do role plays, because I got some cool role plays for this one. Let me make sure. Ooh, this thing is at 13%. I forgot to charge it last night. But what was your question, Isha?
Somebody asked me a question in the comments. Yes, I have dated multiple inmates. But when it comes to that PREA Act, they were doubling back to the consent thing and how I mentioned people using chip bags for condoms, and then they double back to say, well, you can't consent. And I was wondering if the PREA Act has something to do with that. But I thought because of the rapid spread of disease in prisons, that some prisons do offer condoms even though they're not supposed to, and I could be wrong.
I've heard that. I've heard that some prisons do offer condoms even though you're not supposed to be doing that because they know that the inmates are going to be doing that. But I don't know, because in a weird way that's like saying, well, now we're allowing you to have sex in there. So I don't know, because the only people I've heard that from is like women, and I'm guessing it's women who have dudes that are in prison that were probably telling them that there are condoms in there. So I don't really know. I don't know. But the thing about consent, there's different levels of so an inmate cannot consent to any kind of sexual activity with a staff member. Okay, that's always assault. Okay, and abuse. That's always abuse. But two inmates can consent to each other if the situation is just them wanting to have some fun. However, there are non-consensual situations. It's not allowed. It's not allowed, Isha. It's just that when the investigation, like if they get caught and they're like, okay, so what was happening? If it turns out that during the investigation that these guys were just having fun, then they both get disciplinary action. Okay. But if it turns out that one of the guys was graping the other guy, okay, whether it was by physical force or by coercion, okay, then the person that was getting graped does not get a disciplinary action, but the one that was being the rapist does get disciplinary action. Okay, so that's what that's about. Let's see, makes sense. They still get disciplined for it. Yeah, if as long as it was one of those like they're just having fun situations, yeah, they're gonna get in trouble for it. But if somebody is in there getting abused, then the person getting abused does not get in trouble.
Have you seen inmates lie to their partners about why they're sent to the hole? Like if they're caught
Yes.
with sexual, oh my God.
Yes. Hell, I'm gonna tell y'all a story. I was doing an investigation. I was doing a lie detector test for a situation like that. Okay? I was in the middle of a lie detector test for one of the dudes, like the guy that was the rapist. Okay? And as I was finishing up this lying rapist lie detector test, this was at a weird unit where it's like the conference room had a big old window. Okay, actually like a set of windows. Big, beautiful windows. And you could see people walking up to the unit from there. That man, as he was lying to me about, sticking his dirty ass peen in another inmate by force, by coercion. Okay, not physical force, but coercion. His wife and his grandson were walking up to the unit to come in for a visit with him. So I don't know. And I worked in a state, there's not a lot of them, but I worked in a state where once that disciplinary action went through, they put that shit online. They just started doing that in the state I was working in. And I don't tell people what state I was working in, but a few places do this. Okay. You get in trouble for something major, they're going to blast you online. So I wonder how he explained that to his wife after that investigation was complete, typed up, and he got his disciplinary action. But yeah, they will lie though. Let's see, they're really disgusting people in the world. Let's see, they do it in Southern Maryland. Oh, yeah. I wish they would do that everywhere, but I really don't think they will. Because if they did start putting these dudes major disciplinary actions in the online, if they started doing that, women would stop supporting them. And if women stop supporting them, then where the hell are they going to go for parole? And if these dudes aren't paroling out, then there's not going to be any space for the ones that they keep on arresting for shit. So it's just going to turn into a, I don't see it being widespread where they start telling women or they start putting it online like what these dudes are actually up to in there. I wish they would for the protection of the women. I wish they would. Because what would happen before they started, like in my state that I was working in, guys would get written up for something. They would lose their parole, or they would, or they would just get in trouble. They'd be in the hole and they can't, call. They can't use the phone because they got their phone privileges taken away, or they'll have their visitation privileges taken away, and they would lie to their girlfriends and wives, and they would be like, well, no, they just wrote me up on the Vogue. No, No, I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But then when they changed that rule and started putting all their major disciplinary actions out on Front Street, now they can't hide anymore. Now that's kind of really hard to explain. What do you mean sexual misconduct? What you get that for? Let's see them try to lie their way out of that. All right. Is it available on a national background check? The stuff that they did in the prison? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Because if they're not, that's the thing. If they're not getting charged with a crime, if they're not getting charged with another crime, then it's like you're not gonna see it. Let's see.
You can ask for a request form. The people that are dating the men and they want to know like more personal stuff, you can. Your man has to do it, but you can ask your man to put in a request form for a copy of his call log and a copy of his visitation sheet, and they will make a copy and give it to him to give to you at visitation if you really want to know, but it's going to upset you. But they can make copies through a request form.
That's interesting. Real quick, please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Once we get that live goal completed, we do have some role plays. Also, don't forget to get your Daily Heart Man. Please subscribe. Yeah, Miso, like, what would happen if whatever the crime, because rule violations and crimes are totally different. Rule violations in prison, you're not necessarily, hey, King Goodman, you're not necessarily going to have the state pick up that particular case. Okay? It's not necessarily going to happen. So even if there's a grape, depending on what kind it is, state police might not pick it up, or whoever might not even pick that up, so you just won't see it. What's going on, Melanice?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'm just listening and cooking.
Oh, you didn't mean to come up.
I'm just enjoying the tea.
Oh, okay. I will drop you back down.
Retired military. I do have a sibling that has had a brush with the law. Thank God he learned his lesson for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But he never had spent intensive amount of time in prison. But I literally sent him a link to another guy's live because this guy served some 20 years in Ohio prison, and he educates people about what's actually going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent that to my brother. I was like, I love you, but you know, this is what it is out there.
Mm-hmm.
So check your lifestyle. And I'm 15 years older than him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 57. I changed his diapers.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely, and our mother's gone on the glory, so is our dad. Ain't nobody, I tell them, we ain't got no oil wells in our backyard. Prison ain't cheap, you know, and I feel for a lot of the women who got caught up because probably self-esteem issues. And I know the one story is about the woman who was in foster care. And I know people have baggage from foster care, especially, you know, those who end up with the wrong family. But that woman did try to warn her. And by the way, my mother and father took care of 2 foster kids. So one did well, one was hell on earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, you know, she made some bad choices, but who knows what all happened to her before we got her.
Right. It's not necessarily self-esteem issues, though, with these women. A lot of them went through some stuff.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we never know what happened in a person's life, but we do what we can. But, you know, in helping people that's in some of these predicaments, you have to be very strong, and you can't allow them to suck you into their drama because, you know, especially dealing with a man and even some of these women, they set you up even the people that, your family, and things could backfire and go south. So that's just and more women are going to prison now than ever before.
Well, behind dudes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because they're being ride or dies. They've been conditioned. They're taking other guys' charges or they're doing illegal activity because he manipulated them into it. It's happening.
That's what I tell folks. I say, I don't like no stripes. I don't want no orange jumpsuit, and I don't want nobody choosing my roommate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not trying to give up my freedom for nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So people just, gotta toughen up. And I don't know. I mean, it's a mentality thing, and people gotta have the right people around them. Gotta send somebody. And God is a God of truth. God is a God of order. But God is a God that wants obedience too. You can't be out here doing what you want to do.
Again, a lot of these women were socialized into thinking that stuff was normal.
I know, but they gotta get at some point. They gotta get in the presence of some other type of teaching, and a lot of times there's
therapy.
Somebody generally that they come across that try to steer them in the right direction, but their will and stubbornness is such that they keep going in the wrong direction because they think that they can control the situation.
Well, yeah, they need therapy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, there's also people that have been through things just like that young man that and when you hear from and there's another lady I follow, she had done a good span of years in prison, and she found the Lord. She said she always did respect the Lord, but she's still doing her dirt. And she happened to be LGBTQ. She's refrained from that lifestyle since she's more,
I'm sorry, Melanie. I gotta stop you. That's not a lifestyle.
Well, I don't know how to explain it. It's a choice.
It's not a choice. It's absolutely.
I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you, it's not a choice. I'm gonna ask you, because this conversation is about to go weird as hell. Melanie's, is there anybody that can ever convince you to stop liking men and to find women sexually attractive? Can anybody convince you to do that?
No.
Right. You know why?
Not really.
Because it's not a choice. It's not a choice. If I could choose, I would not be sexually attracted to men.
You said,
I wouldn't. I said if I had a choice personally, I would not find men sexually attractive. But I do. Because I have no goddamn choice. I have no choice in the matter. Okay?
Well, I don't really try to concern myself with what people are doing.
Well, no, Melanie's, we got to talk about it because you brought it up, ma'am. We got to talk about it because you brought it up, and it's...
Because that woman identified herself, and she had the prison background. That's the only reason why I mentioned her. And I follow her because she speaks a lot of truth, and she is ministering to people to get their mind right. And what I was basically saying was that God, all the time, you could be on the right track, wrong track, but God will send somebody to you to try to help you straighten yourself out. But you got to bend to that. You got to bend to, the will of God. That's all I know.
Yeah, I was put out there at the age of 11 by my mom prostituting for drugs for her. Yeah. All I knew was to find a man because he would give me what I need to take care of me, and that wasn't the right way.
Yeah.
I figured I'd add that part to my story, but I don't.
It's a lot of men doing bad things out here. And even in the White House on down, they need to get them files open.
I don't want to even talk about that stuff on my live, please. Please don't bring that up on here.
The truth will always rise to the top. So, I don't know. I mean, I've had a couple of women approach me in the military. Strangely, each time it was during a wartime deployment. And it was before the don't ask, don't tell, and then after the don't ask, don't tell. I maintain the friendships with them both when they contact me, but I made it clear I do not support that choice.
It's not a choice. That's the thing. It's not a choice, though.
Well,
real quick. Please, no, hold on, Melanie's. I got housekeeping. I got housekeeping to do. Hold on. Please like the live. Please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. It's not a choice. We just went through that. Nobody can convince you, Melanie's, to be attracted to women. Nobody's going to come up and convince you because it's like impossible. Because it's not a choice.
I've always personally, I know that for a person that's LGBTQ or whatever, they have this strong desire for what they want, the same as I do for a heterosexual. So that's hard to manage. You know?
Why does it, but that's the thing. Why is that something, does somebody, like, what do you mean hard to manage? Like,
when you know, kind of, because I look at it kind of spiritually through spiritual eyes, and I say, you know, as a heterosexual, I have to rein myself in and my desire in for a man. And they have to be dealing with those same desires, but it's just going in a different direction.
So are you trying to say that they should just not want, they should just like...
No. This is all I'm saying. I manage my sexuality through my spirituality.
You don't though. You're heterosexual.
Yes, I do.
But you're attracted to men.
I ain't got no marriage ring, and anytime I did step outside out of God's order, it never worked out well, so I reined myself in.
Did you know that in the Bible, did you know that there was like laws about prostitution inside the churches? About the harlots inside the church. Did you know that the temples, it was the temples,
right,
used to have harlots inside working? Did you know that? In the Bible?
Yeah, I know.
Did you? Okay, hold on. Melanie's. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
Okay.
In the Bible, there were, in the temples, harlots working.
Yeah.
They made laws against, but in the Bible, it only states that female harlots should not be allowed. It didn't say male harlots.
They were harder on women. Yeah, probably so. I don't know the exact stretch of scripture, but it sounds right because a lot of stuff was more, you know, misogynistic.
But the stuff is like made by men, and it's like, because do you think, you know what? I don't even want to get too much into this. I just want people to understand. I think the Bible is silly. That's all I have to say. And what the hell? And honestly, whoever you're attracted to, that is not a choice. That's how you're born. It's how you're born. And nobody can convince anybody to want to. Yes, the Bible contradicts itself like 1,000 different ways all the time, and somehow everybody's supposed to figure out how to navigate that. I think it's dumb. But people are born the way they're born, okay? And it's wrong to try to tell people that they're wrong for who they're attracted to.
I don't try to tell people. I I just say that the Bible. If I get into a one-on-one conversation about it, I just say I believe this, and because of the Bible. But also, the Bible teaches love of everybody, so I'm not going to treat them any different.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you kind of do because you're saying that it's a choice. So how are you not treating people any differently if you believe that their sexuality is a choice?
The same way I treat people that smoke weed or drink or whatever else.
Oh boy,
It's their choice. It's something they want to do.
it's not a choice.
They may. I feel that it's there could be different spirits, and sometimes people could be under a spirit.
I'm sorry,
make
what?
them to do things.
I'm sorry, what?
Just what I said. Sometimes
Ma'am,
people could be under a spirit. That's why it's
are you suggesting people are
That's what I'm saying.
possessed?
Sometimes people could be under a lustful spirit, a greedy spirit, a hateful spirit. Are you tracking with me?
No, it's silly. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't think it's silly.
I'm sorry, but that's actually part of like what's wrong with us as a society. Oh God.
I don't know. The Bible been here for thousands upon thousands of years. I haven't found nothing in this world that explains my existence better than the Bible.
Nobody knows.
Well,
Nobody, but that's the thing. Nobody alive knows.
That's what works for me.
All right.
And that's what I'm willing to be judged by. Yep.
You want to be judged by somebody that instead of like, okay, like y'all, I can't. Garden of Eden. How you gonna make two people? No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. How are you gonna make? I don't understand that shit. Because how do you make two people? You're God. You make two people. You put them in a garden. Tell them you can have everything, but don't touch this tree right here. Why even put the tree there? Or why not put a force field around the tree if he could do everything? And then they have the tree. He told Adam not to eat it. He didn't tell Eve. Eve eats from the tree. Gives it to Adam. Adam knows the rule because he was the one told with the instructions. And then does it anyway. And then everybody blames Eve. Eve was never given instructions. God is kind of in the Bible. Whoever that person is, the entity that they want to call God, the Father, that entity is crazy as shit. How are you going to promise Abraham a son? He and his wife are trying for a baby forever. They're old as dirt. She's gotten so upset that she's trying to offer her handmaiden to Abraham so that they can have this baby. Okay? And then Abraham, knowing that God promised him a baby with his wife, he still has a baby with the handmaiden. And then they end up going away. Y'all, no. And then Sarah finally has a baby. And then when that Isaac, whatever his name is, gets grown, then God goes to Abraham and is like, hey, I need you to go sacrifice your son. Go sacrifice him. Go kill him. Go sacrifice. You know the one that I promised you? Go sacrifice him. And then they get all the way up to it. And then God's like, I was just fucking with you. Here's a ram. What is wrong with him? What is wrong with him?
Test of obedience.
Why? But that's the thing. But why? If a man did that, no, don't do that. Don't interrupt me. Listen, no. Y'all, if a man did that to us, I want y'all to put a 1 in the chat. If a man did that kind of crap to us, wouldn't we try to get away from him? Yeah, we're off topic, but I can do that, Buzzed. This is my live, and I will be off topic. But I'm so sick of this shit and we're off topic, But I'm talking about decentering ourselves from people that are going to harm us. So we might be a little bit off topic, but hey, not me. Listen, well then at her, because if you don't at whoever you're talking about, I'm gonna assume you're talking to me, honey. No. Okay, listen. And you're upset over here. Who is this that's upset? Hold on, you asked her why and then cut her off when she answered. She answered it and then she want to keep going. So I'm talking now. I can do that. Again, this is my life. And this is the kind of stuff that keeps women stuck in bad relationships. This is the socialization I'm talking about that keeps women stuck. Okay? Y'all, please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that'll be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. If we were talking about a man, if there was a man messing with us like that, everybody would be telling us to get away from that. We got a story about a God that created everything. Allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly because I don't believe this shit. Allegedly, he creates everything. If he creates everything and he doesn't make mistakes, then the people that he was pissed off about, where he decided to flood everything, when he decided to call Noah to make that big ass ark and put all the animals on it, if God makes everything and he doesn't make mistakes, then he did that on purpose. He purposely made everybody the way they were, to act the way they acted, and decided to, instead of correcting it somehow, he decided to wash everything away. So he is going to unalive everybody. That's the stuff that keeps women stuck, y'all. Momo, I don't know if you meant to come up here. Or are you up here? What you doing? Y'all, that's the stuff that's keeping women stuck. That's the teaching that keeps women stuck. No, don't apologize, Momo. That's what's keeping women stuck. If a man were to treat us the way that God was treating folks in the God. If a man was treating us the way God was treating us, we would tell that woman to run away and never look back. Sodom and Gomorrah. Do y'all remember that shit? Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot's wife looks back and turns into a pillar of salt. Why? Why did he have to do that? Why? What was the point of this? This is silly. This is the stuff that keeps women stuck.
Hey, Lavender.
What's going on?
Thank you for having me up. I was just saying, you were saying the stories and they don't make sense.
I'll be right back. I gotta throw this up here. I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you,
And
Nelly.
one of the stories that did not make sense to me that I just remembered was in the Bible when David, he committed adultery,
Mm-hmm.
and he ended up getting the woman pregnant, and God basically unalived the baby. As a result of David says, it's the baby didn't even have nothing to do with it. That was an innocent life.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I just want to add that story.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there that's just wild. It's just wild.
Yeah.
And this is how we're basing what we should listen to. We're listening to something that's telling women all the time that we are the problem. Why? Go ahead, Kelly.
This is I know it's off topic, but I love the topic that it went into because I am a huge advocate of women being oppressed throughout centuries of time. And one of those things is, I want to say, religion. And I was raised Catholic. I had to go to Catholic school from kindergarten through 6. Fortunately, I got to get out because I had a teacher that was actually hitting the kids. So my mother actually pulled me out, thank God. But I was able to see a different side. I'm 47. I had to unlearn so many things that I was taught from 5 years old to, the time that I'm trying to grow into a woman. I've had to unlearn so much from the teachings of that. And I don't want to discount anyone's faith or belief, because what I put in the comments is faith is faith. Faith is faith. The Bible, unfortunately, to people who want to follow every inch, is a book. It is a book of stories. It is written, a book of stories by men. By men. I don't believe there are women in there. I mean, their stories are told, but through men. And so I don't want to discount people who believe in that. That's their life to learn and believe and grow from. But yeah, I just wanted to say my story of being raised Catholic. Everything that you see throughout life, everything that you're told, it's something that you do have to unlearn, because I've had to unlearn that men are not in control.
Mm-hmm.
Literally. Like, who has to learn that men are not in control? Like, it's a crazy concept. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Potsy Kells, for the finger heart. Yeah, Reese was talking about Mary. Yeah, let's go to the mother of Jesus. Why the hell? And this is, again, yeah, I should make that distinction. I'm not knocking anybody's faith, but that book is wild. The book is wild, okay? Why on earth wouldn't God just, I don't know, talk to Mary's parents? If the reason that she was the one that was supposed to birth Jesus because she was, what was the whole deal with her? Like, she's from the line of David or something? Like, it would have had to been somebody in that family line. So it was her. But she was a child and she wasn't married at the time. Why didn't anybody talk to her parents? Why was it just her? Why on earth why couldn't he wait? Why couldn't he wait until Joseph married her? She was about to get married. Why couldn't he wait a little bit? This shit is silly.
Excuse me, Lavender.
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to know if I could say one more thing before I step down.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I basically just wanted to address, like she said, being LGBTQ is a choice. I am LGBTQ. It's not a choice. It's something that I've known since I was young. I had to hide it because I grew up in church, but it's definitely not a choice. Like, that's who you are. There's so many people out here, they deal with judgment, criticism, hate because of who they are. If that's just a choice, they would not put themselves through that. Like, that's just, I don't know. But yeah, that's all I had to say about it.
Exactly. Thank you so much for saying that, Melly, because a lot of people they have lost their lives. They've lost their lives. They've been beaten up severely, put in hospital. They've had to make new laws to protect people of the LGBTQ community because it's not a choice. If it's a choice, then nobody would be picking persecution. Because that's just silly.
I don't even know what that is. I've never in my county even heard of that. My son did go to jail and come back out and try to be a Muslim and not eat meat, and meat's dirty. And I'm like, son, I'm going to eat my pork chops and leave me alone. I mean, everybody has their own beliefs, I guess. I just don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, that's different. But when we're talking about the LGBTQIA community, it's wild to try to say that, like, because why would anybody pick the possibility of being unalived for a choice?
What does it stand for?
What?
Is that what it's called?
No.
She doesn't understand what the acronym means. LGBTQ. She doesn't understand that.
I've never heard of it.
What? That's like lesbian, gay,
Okay.
trans.
Where are you from, Crystal?
I'm from Southern Maryland. I mean, they have the library week, like on a week they'll have drag queen week, and I don't even take my daughter in there because I don't want her to see that crap. I don't know why they even support that stuff, but you know,
What?
it is. Yeah, they have drag queen week. They have Men dressing up as women, walking down the road in skirts.
Hold on a second. That's what?
Yeah, a public library is supporting this stuff.
That's because they're human beings. Like you and me.
Okay. But I don't want my daughter to see a man dressed up, as a woman and think that she has to be, pick something because of what others are doing.
Okay, you think that your daughter seeing men in women's clothing is gonna make her turn gay?
I don't know.
It's not. That's the thing, Crystal. It's not.
Okay.
It's not a choice.
Okay.
Seeing other people, it's not a choice. If you saw a man in drag, are you going to suddenly want to be in drag?
No.
Like, do you understand how silly that sounds?
Right.
She gotta go. All that noise.
I see what you're saying now, but I overthink a lot of stuff. I'm like, oh no, but I don't want my daughter to be a follower. I want her to do her own thing.
She's going to, but I think you're underthinking it.
Okay.
Well, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of this mentality comes from misinformation that's spewed out through propaganda and, mass media. And unfortunately, in our country right now, and I'm not going to bring politics into it, but I mean, it's getting to the point where it is dividing us to where people are trying to stand up for who they are, and it's just they're being oppressed. And that's where propaganda comes into play, because one side of the aisle is saying, oh, well, if this is happening, then that's going to turn, speaking specifically on LGBTQ, that's going to turn your children one way or the other. And like Lavender said, it's not a choice. People are born the way that they are. I can't go outside and say, oh, I'm sexually attracted to a tree. You know what I mean? It's just not a choice. And like you brought up and you said, if someone was straight, could they turn around and say, oh, well, I choose to be gay today? No, it does not. Your brain, it doesn't work that way. And people that are fighting for their rights to be seen and heard is because they've been oppressed for so long. They're tired. They want to live in their own truth. They want to live and be who they are without being, treated badly, oppressed, persecuted, talked down to, unalived, beaten. They want to live free. And that's what they're fighting for. And it's that important. And, it's the misinformation and the spewing of misinformation that hurts the cause. And I'm not trying to bully anybody or speak about, down on anyone, but I do find, because I'm from Texas, the Bible Belt, and I do find that a lot of people use religion to and spew their views of misinformation out into the world like it's a fact, and it's just not. Mm-hmm. And, I grew up in church. My whole family was, Baptist, Texas Baptist, and most of my family are against LGBTQ. I'm bisexual, but to me, you've got to educate yourself. That's the best thing I can say. Don't always listen to just what others have to say. Educate your own self on these things. Look within yourself and realize that, it's not always what we're told. I find that the older generation, no offense to the older generation, like baby boomers, have been so oppressed, especially women, that they just see things, and this isn't my own family, they see things one way and they cannot see it any other way. And to the end of them, they will never see it another way, no matter which way you try and explain it to them. Mm-hmm. Because that is how deep their oppression has gone. And because when they were younger, you know how the world was back then in the 60s and 70s. I mean, it was a lot different than it is now. But that's what they were taught, and that's just it's my mother thankfully had me as a daughter, and I'm a strong person, so she sees things my way now and understands. But I just say, be a kind person, no matter what religion you are. There are thousands of religions. Every religion thinks it's the exact religion that is supposed to be. No matter what religion you are, be kind, be caring, be loving, be understanding. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Miso, go ahead.
Hey, so I want to point out something that Crystal said in the chat. A lot of people say this, you learn what you're raised around. You learn what you see, and that's how you become who you are. But we also have this thing called discernment. We are able to make decisions for ourselves that isn't just like we see something and we automatically have to go through with it. We're not sheep that follow a herd off of a cliff. So if we go into a public library and there happens to be some ladies dressed up looking cute, or men, most of them identify as men. A lot of people think they want to be women. Most of them identify as men. Okay, even if they don't, that's fine. Your kids walking through that library to go get their boarding books or whatever else, and them looking to the side and seeing somebody having a good time reading some books isn't going to suddenly make them LGBT. It is not. You have discernment. And one of the big things that we have an issue with, why people are so fearful that it's going to indoctrinate their children, is because they work so damn hard to hide it from them. They don't normalize it and make it a normal part of society, normal part of everyday thing. I'm not saying don't teach your kids this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying don't hide them from it so it's not something taboo. It's like when people say, I'm never letting my daughter out the house because if she has SEX, oh my God, I'm not going to teach them. I'm not going to put them on birth control until she tells me. No, you start from the beginning that this is a normal part of life. Things are going to happen, and you teach them how to make good choices and do things that they feel comfortable doing. So hiding the world from LGBT people, like we're poison or we're just going to steal your children away into this lifestyle of disgust is completely weird. Like, it's not, like, you can walk past somebody in the grocery store with the booty hanging out their shorts, but are you going to be able to stop your kid going in the grocery store now? No. You just know that, hey, sometimes girls wear booty shorts, and that's what they do. You don't have to if you don't want to, and that's just how it is with LGBT, people. You hide from them, it's going to be something they want to seek out because curiosity is the thing. They're going to want to get involved in it. Does that mean they're going to be that way? No. But it's proven time and time again, if you hide something from somebody and make it taboo, it's going to be interesting to them. So, I just don't understand this. I want to be notified before I take my kids around something they may not need to see. It's completely asinine because you're going to see things in everyday life that you do not agree with. You'll see a person doing something inappropriate on the street. You'll see somebody doing inappropriate at the grocery store. Somebody doing something you don't agree with, some kind of protest or something. Mm-hmm. You can't hide your kids from the world. And you can't say that just because they see it means that people are trying to indoctrinate your kids.
Well, not just that, but you're teaching your kids to bully people that are who they are.
Yep.
Someone shouldn't feel shame to be who they are, period.
Patricia, you're saying I'm not asinine. I would just like a heads up.
What?
Like, I don't know.
Drag queen going to introduce your child. Other than, hey, mommy, look, there's a man dressed as a woman. Okay, honey, yeah, that is. Let's go about our business. Mm-hmm. You're trying to say, I want a heads up so you can hide your children. I think she said grandchildren and great-grandchildren. But you want to just hide your children from them. That's what I'm saying. You want to hide from LGBT people, but you still bring them in the grocery store and walk down the sidewalk and let them watch people dressing in all sorts of stuff in plays and theater and the movies and pretend to be all sorts of things that they're not in real life. But walking up and seeing a drag queen 10 feet from you as you're going down the aisle at the library is where you draw the line.
Jess and Junior, you got a problem with me talking about what I want to discuss in here? You got an issue with it? You don't have to be in here. Okay? You don't have to be here, Jess and Junior. It's not necessary. You can scroll. We're talking about this stuff because these are things that keep people stuck. Just saying.
And just
You're not hostage. And actually, I mean, if you need me to use my my training as a crisis negotiator to help you leave the live, I can. If you need me to talk you out of it, but you're not a hostage in here. You can leave. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Point out one thing. Jesus wore a dress. Okay, what is it? Their pants weren't even a thing of majority back then. People that ran this country when it was founded wore wigs and powdered their faces. Men did.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's talking about those things. They're talking about now because it's King James, the main Bible that most people, I know people do other ones, but the main, like when I first think of the Bible, who wrote it? King James. He was a well-known homosexual. And a lot of people deny that because it goes against their beliefs about LGBT people. He was well known.
I didn't know that.
Yes, take you 5 seconds on Google. He had all sorts of partners outside his marriages. All sorts of them. But they don't want to hear that. They just want to hear what they want to hear because, oh, it's bad.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Google it.
It is kind of funny though, because a lot of these people that perpetuate the hate for the LGBTQIA community are actually LGBTQIA, but they're hiding it.
Yep.
And they're also doing things, committing crimes against other people, bad ones.
Kristen said Google and the Bible are two different things. Yes, one is rooted in 90% fact. The other one is a made-up fallacy written by men that we cannot even go back and fact-check because they're dust in the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Google is literally an online encyclopedia. You cannot sit here and say an online encyclopedia, which is fact-checked over and over and over again, is less of a place to get information than the Bible written by dead people. With agendas. That was rewritten, I think, I don't know what, Hebrew or Latin. It's been rewritten like 1,000 times, but we all know that words in certain languages do not equivalent to the exact same word in another language. It can be completely different. It could mean something different entirely. It's all, and then like I said, there's agendas. The Bible versions are Bible versions for a reason. They pick and choose what they wanted to be in there. Mm-hmm. And how it worked for their particular reign and their lifestyle at the time.
Yeah.
That was all these stories that were put together. We've all heard the grapevine. There is no way this book is exactly the way it was when it was originally put pen to paper.
Yeah, hell, even when slavery was a thing in this country, they made a Bible for the slaves. Mm-hmm. They changed it yet again for the slaves.
To make them submissive and obedient.
Yes.
What was being done to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That's like when we were in school, we used to play telephone and say, I like your shirt. And by the time it got to the 20th person, it was, I hate your ass. Somebody changed it. Exactly. All those people.
Yes, that is exactly, that is the perfect analogy for what we're talking about.
So something that happened when I was coming up, I can't expect it to continue to. There's a lot of change, and people are more open now to what they love. I mean, it's nothing wrong with it. I think somebody got the wrong impression. I'm not against it. I just have never. It's something new to myself, and I'm like, whoa, what is this? And I didn't know what to think.
Yeah, you just gotta understand that avoiding situations.
Don't share rooms, and I'm dealing with a situation right now where, and my whole family is just looking over top of it, but my niece, my sister's daughter, and my son are dating.
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
And I'm like, my son moved into my sister's house. And they say that they're just close cousins, but they're doing more like a relationship.
Wait.
They get mad, they fight, they won't do anything without each other. So I know they're physically doing something with each other. They are together.
Wait,
I don't agree with that.
Wait, no, that's incest.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yes.
No, that's not something acceptable.
Right.
That's not acceptable. That's not one of those things that like we're ever gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna accept it. No.
Don't accept it.
No, that's not like that's not LGBTQ. You can't even compare those things together. No, one is just gross.
Yeah.
Well, incest is illegal.
Yeah, incest is like gross.
And I said the only way I'm going to find out truly, I don't know, I don't live there, but all the actions and all the things that they do together, and he'll cuss her and get very angry at her, and they'll fight, and it's like they're in a relationship. Period. They can't hide it. So I mean. And I told them to I've explained to them that's not what we do, and they say they're not doing it, but they continue to stay in the same room, in the same bed.
Why are they? I'm sorry. What? They're in the same room and they sleep in the same bed?
Yes.
Why is this happening?
He's 27 and my niece is 19 because he's manipulating. It's my son, but he's manipulating and. See, they grew up.
Whose house is it? I'm sorry.
It's my sister's house.
Why is she allowing this?
Because my kids were taken from me at the age of.
No, but why is your sister allowing this?
Because she's overlooking it. She swears that nothing's going on.
Somebody needs to call the people. Like that's not right. Y'all gonna end up y'all's family's gonna end up with a weird incest baby. That's all I have to say. Somebody needs to stop that.
That family tree is just a whole trunk.
That's why I was at the age of 10.
Miso!
Sorry.
But if you know how small this county
No.
is, that happens.
Miso, I about damn pee-peed myself. I need you to hold the live down.
That's one of those counties that
somebody knows.
And if you know that you live in a county like that, you ask for birth certificate and family tree. You 29, what is it called? 39andMe or Ancestry.
Well, that's why when I got married to a whole different, he's from a whole different country and he's a whole different color. I know I'm not related in any kind of blood way.
You happen to be in like Alabama or Arkansas or Kentucky?
Southern Maryland, believe it or not, 2 hours from DC. And this county has more incest than you could imagine. The Amish are here, sleeping with each other, having cleft lips and the birth defects and all kinds of things. Yeah. It's like
she's saying that family marriages and she's just, oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, bro, you let your son be in a house with 19-year-old cousin laying up in the bed, but you don't want to bring your kids.
There's nothing I can do. I mean, there's nothing. What can I do about it?
I know, but there's nothing you can do about drag queens either.
Right.
Just, oh my God.
I can't physically go in there and grab him by his throat like I want to and pull him out of that room and tell him he can't go back to my sister's. They have to do it on their own. I mean, what can I do?
Girl, at least put him on the T app or something. That way, if he oh my God.
No. I know the country wanted more YT babies, but this is not what the hell they meant. This is not what they meant.
I will never sleep with my family or any of that.
We believe you, Crystal.
I believe you. But what's up with your son?
Family at a very early age because my mom had 20 boyfriends married to my dad, and I was out in the yard somewhere sniffing gasoline out the lawnmower. I mean,
Crystal,
it was just.
It's the internet, honey. It's the internet.
Yeah, I got taken. Yeah, my mom put me out in the street to get her drugs at the age of 9. I was sleeping with the drug dealers to bring her drugs back.
And that's sad. It really is. But
I was just by myself. I had to figure everything out. I'm so messed up now. I don't think I could get back normal.
you got all the time in the world. You can learn right now.
I mean, step one though is to grab your son by the shirt collar and get him up out of his cousin's bed.
This is not normal, Dante. I don't care if y'all been away, grew up in foster care, and just come home, and y'all got a relationship and got attractions for each other. This ain't where it is.
Nah, y'all, you need to do a little bit more before he ends up somewhere. No, you got to go grab him up by his shirt collar and get him the hell up out of there.
My sister, she's like, Sissy, they're not doing that yet. Lisa, stop. And,
does she just want a grandbaby that bad or something? Like, what the hell?
I have her 8th baby, so the 5-year-old I have now is my sister's last kid because she had a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn.
We're just swapping kids.
Well, I
you got your son, you got her kid?
Well, my son wasn't allowed to come here because he's 27, and he likes to manipulate my whole past against me and try to bring drugs in my house, and I said it ain't happening here.
So he's just bringing the drugs to his aunt's house and sleeping with his cousin.
Well, that's what they do up there, so...
No! Get him! Like, somebody go get him. Go. Where's the hose? Somebody spray a hose or something. What is going on? You don't know. Like, go snatch him up.
Others have even said, Mom, I see something's wrong, but what do? How can you...
You go snatch him up by his shirt collar and get him up out. Now my southern accent's coming out because I'm about to get upset. You go snatch him up by his shirt collar and get him out of his cousin's bed.
Make an anonymous report, something. I mean, I know they're adults, but I have seen where adults get arrested for that mess. If they can prove it enough. Oh my God.
He's 27 years old, Katarina. What? All I'm saying is, like, no, they can do something because that's crazy. Do y'all? Because that's illegal. Somebody's going to go to jail. Do y'all want him to go to jail? Does he understand that he can't be...
For sentencing, that's all he's done all his life is break the law, so...
So he wants to now break the law and have an incest baby?
Well, they haven't... I mean, I don't know. It's so much. I've talked to him, and he can't live with me, so... I mean, there's other places he could go than to continue to do what he's doing.
You could end up with a grandchild with health problems that's also your niece or nephew.
And he won't listen to his dad, he won't listen to his brothers, he won't listen to anyone, so he says he ain't doing nothing with her, so.
Has anyone tried talking to her?
Tanaya's so twisted from his allegations and his manipulation, it's crazy.
So she'll lie.
Yeah.
Is this something that's happened? Because I'm
screaming, got the girl to charge her own sister for a fight they had in the house, and went outside screaming help and went to court against her own sister. To protect Tanaya. I'm like, I don't get it.
Crystal.
I don't get where I know he was messed up as a kid, but I don't understand where he thinks this is right or even, I don't know.
I'm not trying to be mean when I ask this question. I'm not trying to be funny. Crystal, I'm not trying to be funny when I ask this question, but is this something that's happened in your family before?
No, never. This is the only child I've ever had that's done this.
I'm not talking about child. I mean other family members.
No. It's never, no. He's the only one that went like that, and I don't know why. He was out there on drugs, and then my sister took him in to try to help him, and he had his own room, and then they they got talking and doing everything together, and I guess they spent more time than enough together, and then now they're inseparable.
They hunching.
That's what I'm saying. I peeped out when my kid's father was messing with a 12-year-old from middle school because of their actions. I knew. I called the police. He did only 12 months in jail for sleeping with a child that could have been his grandchild. He's so old.
We need to raise Jerry Springer up from the dead.
My kid's father is 65 years old right now. I'm 46. And
but he only got 1 year
with me. He made a baby with me, my first one, when I was 16 in foster care. So you can imagine how many years he kept me pregnant and barefooted and thinking I was doing the right thing, that he loved me so much.
Do you?
So he wanted control.
Do you think your son has been abused in any way?
He was. Now that just triggered something. He was molested by my kid's father's oldest son.
He was molested by his own brother.
Yes, and that wasn't my child, but it happened when I was in jail when they were all being babysat by this little girl that their dad was sleeping with.
Oh my God, real quick, please like the live, please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe.
Somebody said in the comments that first cousin marriage is legal in Maryland.
What?
My sister is my half sister because I'm an only child. So
hold on a second. I didn't know that. I'm currently in Maryland. Hold on.
Even if it's a half sister, it's still blood. But so the daughter has her blood and the
same moms, not the same dads. I'm an only sibling.
You're still on that. I mean, not your tree, but most people's trees, you'd still be on that same side of the tree.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm looking this up right now. Oh!
Is it true?
Yeah. I had to say he was no relation.
Oh!
I did have to say that. He's no blood related to me. My husband's African American and I'm Indian, Spanish, and white. So I had to say he was no relation to me by any means before we got married. So.
But does it say in that lavender?
Oh.
Oh, it does say it.
Oh.
It
God.
Southern Maryland is a lot. You can, marry. You have to go to Virginia to marry the same sex here. You can't get married.
You can marry your first cousin, but you can't. Oh my God.
But you can't marry a woman. Yeah.
Y'all got it messed up there. Oh my God.
I told you.
Girl.
Wait, so is cousins dating normal up there? Like, does that happen a lot up in Maryland?
It's, I know April has children by all her cousins. She was sleeping with her first and second cousin and has children. I know a lot of people in this county.
That sounds like a race issue to me. Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
And the Amish stay with their immediate family. It's all like they all have like cleft lip and extra arms and stuff because yes.
Hey, hold on a second. I don't want them. I mean, I know they don't use computers and shit, but I don't want them on me. Plus I got my dog from the Amish, so I can't.
I got my dog, my Min Pin from the Amish, but they're out of Pennsylvania.
That's where I got my dog.
Well, no.
I went to Pennsylvania to get my dog.
Okay.
Yeah, on an Amish farm.
Yeah.
Actually, both of the dogs in the house came from Amish farms.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they raise Chihuahuas, Min Pins, German Shepherds.
Yeah, they're making a bunch of money over there with them puppies.
Yeah.
It's
big here too.
Yeah, so you can totally marry your first cousin.
Yeah. So I can't even get him in trouble.
Okay, well, I guess it just is what it is.
Get in trouble, but I want him to know, like, this is not okay, because the same mom is my mom, and it just don't look right. My family family members are dating their own cousins or nieces or nephews. It just ain't happening. My
Well,
son's the only one that chose to do that.
well.
And their brothers even said something to him, and he's like, "Oh, we ain't doing nothing, son. I've been in your shoes. I not dating or sleeping with a family member, but I know what it looks like when somebody's sneaking around. Your dad did it. He was going and getting a whole little child off a school bus.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. And walking her back to my house. While I
Oh,
was
God.
up. And when I got home, I went back to jail the very same day. Because I threw him out. I called the police. He tried to cut my throat. It was a mess.
Oh, my
Because I
God.
got him locked up. Yeah, the men, when you catch them in stuff, trust me, they will try their best to do to say it's all you. I was seeing it, noticed it, and that's what happened. When you let your kids go in the river and float a whole opposite direction and the current's taking them away, way out in the water, and I'm pregnant 9 months sitting on the shore watching you out there with a 12-year-old with her legs wrapped around you out in the water, but you're paying no mind to your children, something's going on other than just me picking your kids.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought you were like making an analogy. That shit actually happened with your kids. Fucking shit, y'all. Please, y'all.
Floated on a raft.
Y'all, I'm sorry. Are y'all not entertained? Let's finish this live goal. What's going on in here? Are y'all not entertained? We're not tapping no more, and ain't nobody throwing nothing in the hat. We're talking about all this stuff right now. Ain't nobody throwing a finger hard nowhere. Brax Light, thank you so much for getting your daily heart me, y'all. Help.
I could write a book. I got a long story. I broke the family curse or whatever of the drugs. I'm 9 years sober. I broke it.
No, hold on. Wait a sec. No, let's go back to the children in the water. That's some shit that actually happened. Your kids are in the water floating down the river.
Okay, how kids get their little rubber rafts?
Yes.
We were all at the beach, and it was supposed to be these kids lived in the neighborhood, and it was me, my kid's father that was way older than me, and then I started noticing things like the little girl would be out on the trampoline in her little training bra and little teeny shorts, and he went outside and flipped all my kids off the trampoline upside down because she was outside naked and other guys were looking at her.
Why were you with this man? I'm sorry.
It's my kid's father. And he is a registered sex offender now because I called the police.
And you're telling me through all of your 8 kids, none of this ever had like any kind of inkling in your head that he was this way? It only took after you were 9 months pregnant with the last one?
Oh, I've been gone away from him for 15 years.
No. When you were having all these children with him, he was a great guy, no issues, never once in your head thought he was this way?
No, I just met him from foster care, and then we ended up getting housing through the state here and getting an apartment, and I never seen it. And he even one time slept with my sister while we were together.
Oh, come on.
And I'm just finding this out years later. Now that we aren't together anymore, he's like, yeah, when you left that day, I slept with your sister. I'm like, what?
Are we talking the same sister where your son's sleeping with his cousin?
Yes. The only
She was sleeping with all her cousins? Oh, God.
She ended up having babies by my kid's father's two of his nephews. So she has children by his younger nephews, 2 of them.
Okay,
she went through the whole family.
Your sister has kids by wait. What
My
is
kid's father's 2 nephews. My kid's father's sister's 2 kids. They're brothers. She had one by Lamont and one by Bill.
Damn.
Please like the live. Please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live, go.
Yeah. Melly said math isn't as crazy as I thought it was.
Oh God. Oh God.
And my counselor said I've been through a lot, but I've also pushed through a lot. I've worked through a lot.
How old is your youngest child?
My youngest just turned 18.
And have you allowed your ex-husband to continue to be a part of their life through their adolescence and all that, even knowing all this? Because you said you've been away from him for 15 years. Were you still allowing him to be part of those kids' lives, knowing how he was?
I had to go visit them. I got on drugs with him, and the state took my parental rights and put my kids everywhere.
Okay, so your ex-husband didn't have the kids either?
No, nope.
Was
They
he
got
allowed around
taken
it?
from that trailer. He's allowed to see them supervised. But if now that they're 18, if they choose to go see him, which they don't really,
Do they know about him, like what he does?
they know, yes, very much so, and they don't choose to associate with him.
Is he in prison?
No, he got 18 months, and that was it, and he did 12 because of good time.
I'm trying to figure out how he got 18 months for being with a 12-year-old.
Because the mother of the 12-year-old knew and consensual it.
What?
She knew.
How?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh God.
The
Yes,
state
ma'am.
allowed her?
She knew, and it was consensual, not rape.
No, that's not how that works.
He went to court, and he did. That's all he did.
No,
And
so
now
he
he's
probably
registered
because
everywhere he's at.
So the judges and lawyers are nasty too.
yes.
Mm-hmm. It's all about money here. If you can pay your way out of it, nothing was seen.
Oh God.
Poor child.
That's scary.
Yeah.
12 is a baby.
18 months of prison for years of therapy for her. Oh my God.
Yeah. And it could have been my middle child, but we got away before that, thank God. I think I would have lost my mind. She was my only daughter. Then come to find out, she got molested in foster care too by her foster father. So it was just goes on and on.
Okay, so Crystal, the math ain't math, or maybe I'm not hearing right. You said your youngest is 18, so therefore, the middle.
He just turned 18.
So you thought maybe so that means that the middle child is older than him, right? Obviously.
The middle child is older than who?
And then the 18-year-old, obviously, right? Since the 18-year-old's the youngest.
It's Dante, Leon, Alex, Anthony, Serenity, Justin, Andrew. And then the eighth one is 5, but she's not biologically mine.
Okay. But that means that the daughter was older. So you had the daughter in the home. You said that it could have been her, but you had more children after her, knowing that it could have been her, or are you just saying that in hindsight that there was?
No, I'm just saying it in hindsight. Like I'm glad I got away from him. I got away from him through a program of people dealing with sex offenders, and they put me in my own safe home with 2 other roommates, and got an ex parte, so he couldn't come on the property. And that's how they did it.
So all these kids, and he was just fine up until that 12-year-old showed up.
Yeah.
Maybe he got comfortable.
I don't know what happened to him when he, I don't know his whole life. I know he did a lot of years in prison. But I don't know, all I know is he just, like right now, he's going around the street, seeing a 24-year-old, and he's 65.
Ew.
It's sickening. My husband just shakes his head. Unfortunately, we live in the same neighborhood because it's, cheaper. It's cheap here, so, when you're not on government assistance and stuff, you have to go where you have to go, but...
Oh my God. Busy Bee, how's it going?
And I think that's
never
why
mind.
I don't let my niece, that's 5, out of my sight. I follow everywhere she goes. She don't go nowhere without me because I'm, I don't know if anything would happen to her, and I want to be there right. I don't care if she's using the bathroom. Keep the door cracked. Make sure nobody comes through the window to get you. Cause I'm just, I'm,
Oh my
what is it
God.
called?
Traumatized?
Traumatized, yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
You would like some M&Ms? Sure.
Oh my goodness.
But, I don't really put my whole story out there, but I guess it all came out. It feels good to let it out sometimes because I'm just the type that stays home all the time. My husband goes to work, and I just live in my head all day, every day. And when I found your live, it was like, wow. She's talking about everything I've been through, other than the out there doing the drugs and stuff. But all the stuff that you talk about, I can relate to.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, knowing what you've been through, and you happen to walk through a library and there's some drag queens there, I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't. But it was just new to me, so I was like, whoa. Just like the new sneaker comes out, you're like, whoa, where'd they come from?
That's like the least of the issues. You don't have to worry about them. Oh my God.
That's how all this started. Is we were speaking about some things, and then it kind of popped out of somewhere that I can't even go to the library, and there's drag queens in there, and that's how we got started. And then we went down this tree trunk.
Yeah, because it's like it's not the drag queens you got to worry about. It's some people at the house. Yeah. Exactly. Who said that? Georgia Peach said it's never the drag queens. It's never the drag queens. There's a lot going on. Real quick, please like the live. Oh, I'm sorry, Miso. Hang on a second. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Yeah, that's wild.
They're there to repeat the cat to your kids. They're not there to give them an informational brochure on sex change. I'll be real with you. It's the pastors, it's the preachers, it's your husbands, it's your cousins. It's not the drag queens.
Yep.
It's not. Nobody's forcing anything down anybody's throat. You don't have to deal with it. Nobody's saying take your kids there. What we're saying is hiding them from what's going on in 2025 and years before is not going to make your children one way or the other. Nobody's ever been able to force people to be
You're born to like who you like.
Yeah, so hiding them from what you think is quote unquote taboo, thinking that they're going to be influenced, it's never been proven to help. They did electroshock therapy on homosexual people to try to turn them straight. They pretended to be straight for however long to appease the religion and family, but deep down in their hearts, they were still gay. You can never change somebody being gay because that's who they are. And you can never make somebody gay. I have 3 children. They live in this house with me and my wife. We have no LGBT obviousness about our home. You cannot drive by our home, come in our home, and ever think that we were anything but roommates. And my children are not like that. They are raised in this environment where they see 2 loving women. We do it respectfully, just like any straight family would. And they're not that way either. You cannot be in an environment.
2 of my best friends are gay. They married each other, and they live like a normal life like me and my husband.
It's because they're normal.
Yeah.
They're normal. They're people.
You're just teaching what a loving relationship is. You're not teaching to be gay. You're teaching what a loving relationship is. Right. And I'm going to say the thing out loud a lot of people don't want to hear. Straight relationships are far more toxic than gay sometimes. They're beating on each other, marital raping each other, just so much emotional, financial, spiritual abuse. It's ridiculous. But because you're a woman and you're a woman, or you're a man and a man, it's, oh, hell no.
Hold on a second, Miso.
Yeah.
Busy Bee, who sounds condescending? Who sounds condescending, Busy Bee?
No, not my person.
Because I know you're not talking about Miso. Because what do you mean she sounds condescending? I want to know. Because, we're not about to do that. Yeah. I don't know. Put a 1 in the chat, y'all, if you think Miso's in here being condescending. I don't.
No,
No.
he's speaking like we are.
Yeah. I don't know what Busy Bee was on, but no. Miso, I'm sorry, but I had to
I think
clear
she has
that.
a lot of sense.
No, it's just how I talk. Some people think being forward and think it is more brash or condescending when you're just saying how you feel. A lot of people like people to sugarcoat things, and that's just never been me. But I'm very accepting of everybody and what they have to say. But a couple of the people that did say that I think are saying this, like Busy and another person, they've already been going back and forth with me about things in the comments. So I think they already have a little bit of like not bias, but like off-putting about me. So maybe that's why they're thinking it.
Not at this moment, but when she was questioning Crystal about the stuff she was talking about.
Crystal said I wasn't, so why are y'all thinking I was?
No.
You weren't.
No.
Crystal, did you think I was being condescending?
No, you were just, explaining to me your life at home. I didn't take it any kind of way.
Someone said I'm an automatic detector of condensation. I can't even pronounce that, and that ain't it. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I didn't hear it.
She was inquiring. We wanted to understand.
And I'm a mod here. Lavender would not happily care if she thought I was a bad person.
Yeah, we're not about to be doing that mess right here. Y'all. Ugh.
Well, I'm sorry if I brought up a lot for the chat.
No, don't apologize. No, I got through the outline in like an hour. I got through the outline in an hour.
Let me get you some M&Ms. I forgot.
Look, Busy Bee, you're saying that you didn't say she's a bad person, but calling somebody condescending is basically calling them like an asshole. And assholes aren't good people, so I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah, and neither do I. Neither do I. People call me condescending all the time, but I also think that's because of what I look like. Mandy, what's up?
Hi, yes, I had to come up because you guys cannot come for my girl. Not you guys. You know who you are. Cannot come for my girl, Miso. Miso is nice to everyone except me, so. I love you, Miso. Miso is a yes.
Miso, we want all the smoke.
Uh-oh.
Thanks, hubby.
Hold up. I'm coming from the sideline on this one. We jump people around here.
Don't direct her ovaries going. Yeah, my ovaries are tangling. Woo. I love me a strong man. Oh, geez. I said, yep, Miso's only allowed to be condescending and mean to me. That's it. But she's not. She's the sweetest. We protect Miso at all costs.
Absolutely.
I think some people are just so used to, being socialized to always, especially with women, you have to be sweet, you have to be humble, you have to say the right words, you have to always make somebody feel good about themselves, even if you get what I'm saying. We can't say what we feel without being taken as condescending or brash or too much, or it's just the way people are being indoctrinated to do. And I've had issues with this my whole life. They said I should have been born in New York. I'm not meant for the South. I'm supposed to be sweet and humble and all this. I should have been in New York where I could just be. But I'm not. I just say how I feel, and I don't mean to make anybody feel bad. Some people don't like to hear things straightforward. They want to get coddled and talk too sweetly. And
yeah.
You talk like normal to me, and I don't have a filter either. So I just say it bluntly out how it is. I don't lie. And my family never liked that because I told the abuse in the house. I told what my mom was doing. I went to school and told my counselor. And I've always never lied. I've always told, even if it's wrong, you don't cover it up. You just tell so somebody can help you. And, that's how I was taught. And my dad always tried to be the enabler to let my mom do what she wanted to do. While my brothers were being quiet and didn't want nobody to know what they were doing, I was always put on blast, getting in trouble because my mom wanted me to get in trouble so I could be the one ditched out or thrown away. But you don't cover all those things up because it's not right.
Yeah.
I was the one to say, look, this ain't right. Somebody better come get me. I'm tired of being beat on. I'm tired of all this stuff. And that's what I did.
Second Queen put up a good point while I was trying to use those words to describe what women are expected to do. Can y'all I'm going to pull a lavender. Can y'all put one in the chat if you've ever heard women being told to watch their tone when they speak to people?
Hell, I'm a black woman, so I probably heard it like.
and after we're done, put something in the chat if you've ever heard somebody tell a man to watch their tone. I bet you most people have never heard any man being told to watch their
Zero times. Zero times. Real quick, y'all, please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. I deal with this a lot. Like, I can't even say anything. I could not ever say a single thing. Even if it was my job to say something. Me being in this body. Everybody I get tone policed just being in my skin, trying to just do my job. That sucks.
Maya Hand, are you saying never one as in you've never heard anybody tell a woman to watch their tone?
Huh, what?
I said put a one in the chat if anybody's ever heard of a woman being told to watch their tone, and Maya Hand said never one. She's never in her life, on TV, in real life, in a book, anywhere, ever heard of a woman being told to watch their tone. I'm just trying to clarify.
I mean, maybe she hasn't. Maybe she hasn't.
I literally scream when I talk, so I do need to watch my tone because I'm very loud. But I'm used to having to talk over everybody, and I'm working on cutting people off because I know it's disrespectful. I have a problem where if I don't get it out, I'll forget.
Hang on. She's saying that no, she has heard women being told that, just never heard a man being told that.
Okay.
Yeah. Whose dog?
It might be my dog. I'm sorry. I have 4 right now because I'm dog sitting.
Yeah, thank you.
No, they're all here, so it's not my dog.
It's your dog.
I just wanted to.
I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put myself on mute. Now I'll come back when I get her situated.
Thank you. Anyway, it's like, yeah, that might not be your actual, like, you don't own that dog, but that's your damn dog on the damn microphone.
Yes. I'm dog sitting. Because, I can deal with everybody's dogs. And so when everybody goes on vacation, they're going, Tracy, can you watch my dog? And I'm like, yes, I can watch your dog. Because I like dogs better than people. I think I told you that before. But what I wanted to add to the conversation is that, yes, especially women who were descendants from the South, I'll put it like that, we are told to just be more demure and, not speak up on things that we experience, and as we age and we grow generationally, we found out that these are generational curses that we've always had to experience. Our parents experienced this, our mothers, our aunts, our grandmas, our great grandmas, and so forth and so on. I've been reading so many books about, the women's struggles, not just in this country, but even going as far back as, the people who were brought here to this country. And it is so, it's so common that the people who came from Europe and the people who were brought here from Europe, and the experiences that everybody had to experience, once they got here to this new land, we still had to experience the same kind of trauma. I was grown when I learned that women couldn't even have a bank account until 1975 or 1972. You can look me up, Google check it right now. We couldn't have anything. And so we were so dependent on everybody. We were so dependent on the men because that was the law. That was the law.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't even own a home. If you were gifted property from your dead husband, you had to have a son in order to even maintain your property, because you couldn't pass it on to your daughter.
Well,
This lasted up to 1975. Look it up. Google it right quick.
I don't think about not the house thing.
Yeah.
About inheritance.
It had to be in a man's name. It had to be in your dad's name.
Not.
It had to be in your uncle's name, your brother's name, your son's name.
In like the 1800s.
No, ma'am. 1975.
Hold on a second. When could a woman inherit property? Hold on.
Have her own bank account. She couldn't even have her own bank account until 1975.
Yeah, that was like 74, 75. But inheriting property,
it couldn't be in your name. It had to go to your brother, your uncle, your cousin.
no. Let's see. Yeah, it was like 19.
You could sell it to a man, but
you
couldn't.
No.
It could be left to you, but you had to sell it to a man.
No, you didn't.
Women weren't.
Listen, hey, I'm looking at it. By 1900, in all of the United States, women could own property without having to having to sign it over to a man. It wasn't the 70s. It was 1900. Now the bank account thing, yeah, that was in 74. Real quick, please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart meter, and please subscribe. Yeah, women were owning property by themselves. Like, they could inherit property, like, for a long time.
It is kind of true what she said. My grandmother's the same way. She's from down south, and she has a house that belonged to other people that was slave people. And she has another house, but she didn't give up none of the property to the females of the family. She only gave up the property to the guys, and it's like she hates the females of the family.
Well, are you talking about the women?
South, the country really it's like a curse with the females. They don't want to give them.
Can we call women though? But also that's not like the law. That's just a woman
was probably pressed, and they probably just let it go through, and they just kept running.
No, but what I'm saying, but that doesn't make it true. It just makes it something that the woman was doing.
Yeah, but a lot wasn't educated back then, so whatever.
But I mean, but that's the thing. That still doesn't mean that it wasn't legal. It just means like somebody either didn't know or they just didn't care to let women inherit their property. That's a personal choice. That's not the law.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference.
That's why I just had to jump in, because I'm like, nah, I heard that before, because my grandma was one of those people that was just like that. But and the people before her was just like that, so that's why I kind of knew exactly what she was talking about.
Right, but that's the thing. There's a difference between the law and then what an individual person chooses to do. Please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Yeah, big difference between the actual law and a personal choice.
Because there's plenty of women that don't have any male family members. If the father died and the father didn't have any brothers and there were no brothers for her to have, and she didn't have any sons that were old enough to inherit property, like they didn't just have the deeds and stuff in dead family members' names. It had to go to the women.
Mm-hmm.
So just because they were indoctrinated to hold their boys and the men of their family above the women, just like that doesn't make it legal. They still do that to these days. Like, people will give their sons, even now, most of the money because they're indoctrinated. It's just male-centered behavior.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it's rooted in religion. They're taught that women can't be responsible. They're not the leaders of the home, so don't give them any of the things that are masculine, like owning property. They should, it's all indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
This happened in my family. My mother was one of 4 children from my grandfather, and he passed. This was 15 years ago. My uncle, it was 3 girls and 1 boy, and my uncle was the youngest. He was the baby. Most irresponsible. And so when my grandfather passed, he ended up leaving everything to my uncle, not the 3 oldest girls, and who were more responsible than him. And so and that was a choice by my grandfather. It wasn't a law.
Mm-hmm.
So,
wasn't necessarily a law, but it was the law that I was speaking of was about bank accounts. Because I know there were women. Women couldn't have a bank account until I was 5 years old. When my grandmother purchased her house, my father, who is not my grandmother's child, he was married to my mom. My dad had to sign on the lease for her house because a man had to be on the lease for her home because they would not lend a bank loan to a woman. And this was in 1972.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was in Vietnam. But he was able to sign a lease, although he was in a whole nother country fighting a war. He couldn't do it. My grandma couldn't do it. She had the money, but his name had to be on the mortgage for the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not making this up.
Well, no, that's a different thing, though.
That's a different what?
That's a different thing, because you were talking about inheritance, and
right.
Now you're talking about making. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Stop it! Stop it! Trey Boss, shit. Stop. Huh? God damn it! You were first talking about inheritance. Women could inherit property, okay, like in the 1800s. By 1900, thank you, Momo. By 1900, women all over the country could inherit property. But when it came to purchasing, which is what you're now talking about, that started happening after 1974. You would have to have some guy, if you were married, you would have to have some guy, your husband, filling out a lease or doing a lease and doing the mortgage if you were married. If you were not married, though, single women could have a bank account as early as the 1960s. But yeah, the thing with the houses, like, all those things are separate. They didn't all happen at the same time. And they're not all the same things.
And you also got to understand that during these transitional periods, just the way with segregation and all sorts of other stuff, when it comes to rights for people, there were still people pushing back on it. And banks are largely male-centered. The people that handle mortgages and things like that, they were largely male-dominated. So even though laws were passed and things were able to happen, they still went against them because, even the police force was male-dominated. If a woman came to the police and said, hey, I know the laws changed, but they won't give me this without my, a male relative, they're going to look at you like you're stupid and say it ain't my problem because they didn't care about it either. So you got to understand, even when these laws were passed, they were still pushed back against, and women didn't really have any recourse. So while they may have said that to her, it could have still been illegal. And your grandmother just didn't have the resources, or banks weren't on every corner back then. So you had to kind of go with what you had to go with, with them pushing back against the laws, because it still happens to this day.
Absolutely.
Marital rape has been illegal since like '92. Yet there's still people promoting today that a man should have full access to his wife's body no matter what, because that's what the Lord says. Your body is hers and his body is that way. So even though things are illegal, men are still oppressing women and doing what they want to do.
Absolutely. And that's the point I was trying to make. That's the point I was trying to make, because even though it wasn't necessarily lawful or non-lawful, we were, and we still are, dominated by what a man thinks and how he feels and what how they feel the system should go. And it's really terrible, because my grandma had enough money to pay her house outright, but my dad had to sign for her house.
I don't understand. So even though she wasn't getting like a loan, she was just trying to buy a piece of property, they would not let her just buy it herself?
Exactly. Because my grandmother was a maid. She had no Social Security. She had no bank account. And my dad was, she was a maid. She worked as a maid. And, maids don't get Social Security. And back then, in the, 60s and 70s. So when she found a house and she saved up enough money to buy the house, she couldn't buy the house. She couldn't purchase it by herself, because a man needs to be signed on to the house. And my mom decided to ask my dad to go ahead and sign on for this house for her. And it was a 5-bedroom house. That was enough room. It was like a 3-4 story house. He was able to sign on for this house for her, even though he was just a military guy. He was in his 20s. But my grandma had the money to pay for the house outright. A man had to sign for her. And that's what my dad did. He signed for the house for my grandma and her 7 kids, so they could have this 5-bedroom, 4-story house.
That sounds like a straight case of just prejudice. That's
Wait, what year? What year was that?
1972.
Oh yeah.
My dad came home from Vietnam.
Yeah, no, that is actually, that's the kind of crap that was happening to women back then. Yes. Before the fair.
It's not much different than what's happening in women right now.
Well, women can buy homes now. I mean, it's totally different. But yeah, I remember seeing a video on TikTok a few years ago. It was this older lady, and she was talking about how she got around the Fair Reporting Act, or the Equal Opportunity or the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1970. She purchased a house. The way she got around it, and this was like an older black woman. I don't whoever it was that was trying to help her sell this home. They really wanted to make that sale of that home. And they told her to just go to the bank or go to whoever and tell them that her husband was away or something, like he was at war or something like that, or he was just gone, and like do it like that. She wasn't married. She wasn't married.
Yeah.
And she was able to obtain her house. It was the craziest thing. It was on this app. I saw it a couple years ago. And like, I can't remember it. I don't know. It was viral, but it was crazy because they were like, how did you do that? Like, yeah, it was before 1974. It was like in the 60s or something like that, or in the, before that act happened. But yeah, they did something and made it look like she had a husband, and then it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, oh yeah, just give her the house. What? Because she had the money. Please like the live. Please share the live.
She had the money.
But it was Trey Boss. I was actually in the middle of something. Please
Let me mute myself.
Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Did I see a realtor in here? You learned about this stuff in class, Lucid? Yeah. Trey Boss, what were you saying?
I was saying my granny. I'm sorry. I told you I have 3 dogs, but now I got 4 because I'm dog sitting.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my little dog sitting up here on my bed barking. What I was saying was, my granny had enough money to buy the house outright, but they wouldn't even let her do it because she worked as a maid.
Mm-hmm.
She was a maid, so she couldn't get a bank account, and she couldn't, she just had cash that she stashed away under her bed because she didn't have a bank account because she was divorced.
Right.
So she didn't have a man. And so a man had to sign for it, and so my dad signed for her to get the house.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how my granny got her house, to take care of all of her kids and put them in a nice, safe neighborhood and do all of the things. But if it weren't for my dad, she wouldn't have been able to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a sad reality back then.
Absolutely.
But women could totally inherit, though. Women could inherit way before, well, not way before in the grand scheme of things, but they could inherit, like in...
They could get money, but they'd have to sell it.
No, I'm talking like before any of us were born and before our grandparents were born, they were able to inherit. They didn't have to sell anything. Well, by 1900, everybody in the country could do it. But different states were doing things like all throughout history where women could inherit.
State rights.
But by like 1900, women like everywhere could inherit.
Yeah, but they would have to sell it.
No.
Because they couldn't keep it.
No, but I'm saying, no, but that's, Trey Boss, no. If you're able to inherit, that's what I'm saying, you can have it. If you're able to inherit it. They could have it. Like in 1900. Before that, though, yeah, they were doing some fuck-ass shit to women.
They're still doing it.
Well, not like that. Not like in this way that we're talking about.
They're doing so much, if I can quote you, fucking shit to women. Because even if
Look, I can hear your dogs now.
No, that's me patting my leg because I just saw my sister's dog come in here. He's not even bothering me.
Your dog.
I wanted him to come over here. I just saw his little tail.
And you know I love to debate. Every time I come up here, I'm always going to be challenging. So, you know that's how I do. That's how I do. But at the same time, I listen to you. If I'm not saying anything, it's not because I disagree with you, but it's because I have something to add.
Oh, all right. Real quick. Thank y'all. I didn't even realize you completed the live goal. Let me shout everybody out. If it lets me swipe back to everybody. Oh, gosh. I don't know why it takes 3 years. Lynn, Medusa, Mandy, Torres, Momo, Fantasia, Priestess, Sabrina, Ariana, Saint, Lavina, I'm sorry. Oh, Melly, Pots and Kettles, Rosewood, Caitlin, Kelly, Restless, Secretly, and Buzz. Thank y'all so much for completing the live goal. I appreciate y'all. All right. Yeah, these there's so many ways that women have been oppressed through time, and it's like there's a lot of stuff that women have to unlearn if we want to get ahead, if we want to get out of this stuff. Golly.
We need to make it stop.
Yeah.
We need to make it stop because, you know, you come from one perspective and I'm looking at the whole big picture. We're not respected as much as we should be. You know, there's so many people that just expect the disrespect as normal. And that's why I started listening to you, because I was like, oh my gosh, I can relate to the things that you're talking about. But at the same time, I understand how this is just generational. This is indoctrinated into us to just like accept all this disrespect.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Restless, you're trying to come up. I didn't even realize it. Hey.
Yeah, I just really wanted to piggyback off after, was it Reese on time? As far as the women that's able to inherit the property back then, it's like they may have been able to inherit the property, but there would have been so much pushback if there would have been any issues that it made sense for them to put it in any male family members' names in case there would have been any issues with the property. That way, any male authority figures, any issues with any neighbors, anything like that, they're going to come at any women owners, anything like that, they're going to come at the women. So it just made more sense to put it in any male members' names, because then they're going to be able to, I know it's horrible, it's just the world, in which it was and technically still is, but they're going to be able to, stand up and have a better way to fight that than the women of the family would. So that's all I wanted to say, as far as, even though it was legally, they were able to have the land. It made more sense in that sense for the males to inherit it, to be able to fight it. So that's all.
Dang, thanks, Restless. I didn't even think about that. And then you'd have to put a bunch of trust into the dude that you gave the property to. Y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick. This is
me, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, Restless, thank you for coming up. Y'all, this is the personal thing that's happening in my family right now. There's a fight over property right now, over my grandma's house. Please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that'll be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. So my grandmother, My grandma and my grandfather purchased this big ass house. Well, it's not big ass, but it's a nice size house. And they purchased it like in the early 60s, I think. And they had 4 children together. My mom is the number 2, and she's the only girl of, like with 3 boys, but she's the only daughter. And my grandfather is kind of a son of a bitch. Okay? He's a cheater. He's an abuser. And eventually he decided that he was going to leave my grandmother and their 4 children and move to Texas. Okay? My grandfather moved to Texas and divorced my grandmother and remarried a woman with a daughter, and then they had 2 more sons. So I've got these uncles that I don't actually really talk to, but yeah, they're all in Texas. So that house. Now my grandmother worked the entire time, okay? And so she ended up having to work extra hard to make sure she maintained that house. And the house that they had, in the time that they were, like, it was unheard of, but they got it. First of all, they got that house, I think, with the GI Bill. My grandfather is a veteran. But my grandmother was the one that ended up making, like, the majority of the payments, because they only had it together for just a few years. And then grandpa left grandma and the kids. My grandmother had to, she became like an engineer. She's working at like a steel place, which was a completely white male dominated situation in the North, where it's also, it's just about as racist up where we were from than it is in the South. They just do things a little bit differently. My grandmother is there in the 60s, 70s, 80s, okay, maintaining this house, raising her 4 kids, 3 of them boys, bigger than her, without her husband. Not missing payments, able to keep the house, worked her ass off. Almost completely unheard of for a single mom to be able to do. Whether she was black, white, or, anything else. She kept that house. She maintained that house. She paid the house off. When she paid that house off, though, I think they knew where my grandfather was. They sent out like a rebate check, something that had to do with like the insurance on the house. And there was like a $30,000 check that got cut out for the house, being paid off. And for whatever reason, I don't know, I guess they didn't figure this out, I guess, in the divorce. I guess my grandpa's name must have still been on something. But they sent the check to Texas. And my grandfather tried to keep the $30,000. He barely put in that house. He barely put into that house. My grandmother was the one paying the mortgage for decades. My grandmother had to fight my grandfather to get that $30,000 back. She eventually got it back. My grandmother maintained the house. It's her house. And then she passes away. She passes away back in 2022. Actually, oh God. Actually, the anniversary of her death is this week. It's Thursday. Thursday will be the 3rd year since my grandmother has passed away. And my uncles, and here come the other sons. Yep, exactly. Here the fuck we go with the other sons. Yeah. Now, one of my uncles, they tried to deem crazy. He's a vet. He's got issues. But they kind of steamrolled him. And my mom did not want the house to be sold. Neither did my uncle. He's the firstborn. But the two babies of the family, the two younger weasels, wanted to sell that fucking house. The executor of the estate was also a weasel. And would have totally profited from the sale of the house. All of the kids have children. Me, my sister, and my other cousins. Why did grandma do it? I don't know. And I think, here's what I think that deal was. I don't think my grandmother trusted any of her children, including my mom. I don't think she trusted any of them. Okay? My grandma, I love my grandma. My grandma was kind of like maybe a little paranoid, a little bit towards the end. And so I think she may have thought that having an executor that was not a part of the family would keep things fair. But what it ended up doing was let a weasel around a couple other weasels, my uncles, and they wanted to sell the house against the two older siblings' wishes, trying to count the firstborn as crazy, which he's not that crazy. He didn't want to sell the house. My mother has been in court with my uncles. I think it was a will, but I don't really know, Chandra. I don't really know. Yeah, the eldest daughter goes through so much. She was trying to save the house. And not just so she could live in it or anything, because she has a house. She wanted to save the house because she was thinking smart. Because she sees what's happening with the freaking economy. And she wanted to make sure, real quick, please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. She was trying to make sure that all of the grandkids, meaning her daughters, me and my sister, and her nieces and nephews, had a place to stay just in case. You don't give up a house like that. That kind of a house, you keep it. Okay? Yeah, my mother was the only one trying to make sure that the house stayed in the family just in case. And her two fucking weasel ass little brothers wanted that quick turnaround. They want the cash. Yeah, it's in a good area with multiple bedrooms. It's a 2-story home. It's got a basement. It needs to be finished. The basement isn't finished. But yeah, all they saw was the quick dollar signs. And so they got their weasel. They go and get a lawyer. My mom has been fighting about this house. It's almost over and it looks like my mom's going to lose, actually. It looks like she's going to lose. She has had to pay lawyers so much. And what really makes me sick about it is the fact that I know for a fact that like the third born hates my grandmother. The third born hated my grandma because they felt like she was a little too mean. Now, she came up during a time where you beat kids. The kids were getting beat. But the kids also didn't go to jail and they didn't end up in gangs. My freaking Trey Boss, Trey Boss. Mute, please. Mute. Trey Boss, mute.
I got an old switch.
No. We're not interrupting the host. I'm in the middle of some shit. What the hell? Trey Boss, if you come back off mute while I'm talking again, I will drop you. Alright? I will drop you. So my grandmother was brought up during a time where it was like totally acceptable to beat kids, which is 100% incorrect. But that's what they did. My grandmother was trying to make sure that her sons didn't end up in gangs and didn't end up in jail. Okay? She was doing all this stuff by herself. My grandfather left and didn't do shit to help with those boys or my mother. All those kids have the abandonment issue because he was all good to the kid, but he sucked he sucked. Did she ever remarry or date? I don't know if she dated, but she definitely didn't remarry. Y'all, my grandmother put that third child through college even though they were fucking Jehovah's Witnesses. My mom didn't even get sent to college, and she was the one that wanted to go to school to be a teacher. She had to leave to like go to school. That was a whole other situation. My grandmother put that third born through college. He became a fucking stockbroker. This bitch ass weasel of a motherfucking turd, my uncle, was the first one ready to get rid of that fucking house for the money, for a fourth, not even a fourth of the fucking money, because they'd have to pay the executor. If they didn't sell the house, they wouldn't have to pay the executor shit. Whatever, he was already getting paid some shit. But but they wanted, and then does he have children? Yes, he's got 2 children. And I think he has a grandchild. None of them are thinking about the long term. None of them were looking at the fact that we had a whole global situation. Right? We had a whole global situation that lasted years. And our country is still recovering from it. We're still recovering. And who knows how long we're going to be recovering.
JW2.
You gotta go. I told you. God damn it, Trey Boss. I told you I'm gonna drop you if you did that shit again. I'm in the middle of something. My grandmother, again, had to work her ass off to keep 4 kids from going down the wrong path. To keep 4 kids, make sure they didn't have no babies, make sure you know what I'm saying? Had to go through a bunch of stuff. She actually became a Jehovah's Witness. She admitted this later in life because there was so little money, because she was trying to make sure her kids had a home, that they weren't uprooted from their home, that she changed religions so that her kids wouldn't ask her, Trey Boss, I don't give 2 shits. Okay, look, because I don't know why you felt the need to interrupt me. That's why you're in the comments now. What the hell? But my grandmother changed religion so that her kids wouldn't ask her for birthday presents and Christmas presents and shit. Because she needed to maintain that house. She needed to make sure that her kids did not... Man, my grandmother went through a lot. And she went through stuff I don't even imagine. I can't imagine. Not at all. Back then, in that time, I'm going to tell y'all right now, where I lived in Indiana. I lived in a little place called Michigan City, Indiana. Okay? That's where this house is at. Michigan City, Indiana is so fucking racist that Michael Jordan ended up in the news, in the local news, not because he fucking came to visit. It was because he fucking tried to go to the country club. There's a country club called Potawatomi Park, which that should let you know how fucking racist this place is. He tried to go to play golf at Potawatomi Park. This is fucking Michael Jordan, and they wouldn't let him play. They wouldn't let him in to play golf at the country club because that's how fucking crazy. And so my town ended up being in the news for the wrong reasons. My grandmother lived there, worked there, raised children there, kept that house after my grandfather abandoned her and started a new family, abandoned her and the children. And she paid that house off. And she also stacked up a bunch of money. And her ungrateful ass baby sons. Yeah, with 3 boys and a daughter. Yes. Yes. And her ungrateful sons, and I swear to God, because I know yesterday the oldest of the children was actually in my live for a little bit yesterday. He was in here. I don't know what the 2 younger ones are doing, but fuck them. For real. Fuck them. I can't fucking stand them. They had the nerve to be like, well, we don't like her because she used to beat us. Get over it. Go to therapy. Maybe understand from your mother's point of view that she had to keep y'all out of jail, keep y'all out of gangs, keep y'all away from them racist cops. Maybe. So that you could go on to be a fucking stockbroker. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. They're in court right now fighting about this house that my grandmother fought to keep for them, for the grandchildren, for the great-grands, for generations that she would never see. And these dumb-ass, weasel-ass, bitch-ass, motherfucking, ungrateful-ass, I almost said it, decided that they want to just go circumvent everything. Discount the eldest brother. Trey Boss, it's not about agreeing or not. It's about shutting your fucking mouth on my panel while I'm talking. My uncles didn't give a fucking shit about everything my grandmother had to work for. And you know what? This is funny. So, once in a blue moon, I talked to my grandfather, but not a whole lot. He called me up one time. And he was actually, this motherfucker actually talked shit about my grandma. Please like the live. Please share the live. And if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily army and please subscribe. My grandfather was trying to tell me, well, she used to hit me too. And that's why I left. And I was like, Grandpa, why, I didn't think she was going to hit the kids. Because he was talking about how she was hitting the kids. Well, what the hell do you think is going to happen? You left her. You left her to take care of everything by herself. And both of y'all come from a generation where people hit kids. Shut the fuck up. I was like, I'm not about to let you talk about my dead grandmother like this when you left. And he had to shut the fuck up. And you know what's crazy about him? And another reason why I shit on the fucking church so much? My grandfather is a fucking pastor. My grandfather has a doctorate. He's a doctorate in fucking being a professional dick when it comes to religion. And he, with his fucking doctoral degree, decided to call up his fucking firstborn granddaughter and try to complain about his dead ex-wife. I don't give a fuck about that fucking Bible. I don't give a fuck about religion. Spirituality is a whole different thing. Okay? Spirituality is totally different. My grandpa sucks. Their two younger sons suck and are fighting my mom in this unfair fight over a house. And y'all want to know? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to know about how much each kid would get from the house. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to know about after after the fees, after dealing with the bullshit, how you want to know about how much? Initially. Whoa, because things have actually changed. Initially, it would have been about $50,000 each. But because not even listen, but now something crazy has happened because of how long it's been, and there's actually like a company trying to buy the house because they want to buy that property probably to tear it down. There's nothing wrong with the house, they just want the land. I think the house, they're trying to sell it for like 107. There's nothing wrong with it. The house is worth more. It's worth more. And when they get rid of everything, can we buy the uncles out? No, I can't. My mother's trying to. I can't buy it. Y'all, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if you understand this, but I'm on a fixed income, y'all, and I got a kid in college. I can't afford to buy that house. I can't afford to buy that house. Y'all. And the wild part is nobody should have to purchase the house. The dudes in the family don't even... Trey Boss, I don't know if you don't understand. I cannot buy the house. The uncles are not struggling financially. Not in a way that could be fixed with whatever money that they would get from the house. The whole thing is stupid. And actually, from what my mama said, she told me that there was like a GoFundMe because the baby of the family has like a wife and a child, a little one. And they were going through something where they were homeless. Trey Boss, girl, you gotta stop. I don't think you understand anything that I'm talking about right now. So just cut it out. Lord Jesus. Grab a coffee, Trey Boss. Sober up. Look. Who just came off? Somebody came off of mute. Don't do it. Listen. My uncles aren't thinking about anybody. They're not thinking about anybody but themselves. The baby of the family had a GoFundMe a while back because they were about to be homeless, I guess. They could have lived in the house. They could have just lived in the house. And nobody would have batted an eye. It would have been fine for them to live in the house until if they didn't want to be there, you don't have to be there forever, but they could live in that house. It's a nice house. But they wanted the money. And now the amount of money that they're going to get is extremely decreased because of the stupid games they're playing. The whole thing is dumb. You can't even trust your family members. You can't even trust, and you know what? And I would not want to know what it would have been like to have to sign your property away to like your son and then hope that they didn't do some fuck shit. And now nobody is going to live in it because I'm pretty sure my mother's going to lose. I'm pretty sure she's going to lose. Their children can't live in it. And I'm talking about my uncle's kids won't have it. And the way things are going right now, nobody should be giving up any property unless you got another piece of property. The whole thing is stupid. Anyway. Now I'm finished. So if anybody would like to say something, you can now.
I just went through the same exact experience, okay? My dad and my stepmother lived in Georgia, Maryland, Lake Harbor Trail on a lake. My dad just built a brand new garage. Well, he passed suddenly from cancer. And this was about last year in November. So the wife, I never had a relationship with my dad except for twice or maybe 4 times in my whole life because my mom and dad split when I was 1. So I get a phone call stating, this is a property management lawyer. Are you the daughter of Frank Jones? I said, yes. Who is this? She said, I'm in charge of, your dad passed away without a will, and the wife has sold everything. They were going to keep it secret. That's how nasty this is. She was going to keep it secret. Oh, your daddy passed. Here's some of his ashes. You can wear them around your neck. So I find out that this Georgia law, it goes over the wife, and the heir is I'm the only heir of everything because he had no will. So it got very ugly because the wife texted me and said, just know that you inherited this from a fucking law. Your dad would have never gave you shit. This, that, and the third. It got very, very ugly. And I got so exhausted with fussing with her and I said, you're just a greedy bitch, and it is what it is. Dad's gonna haunt you, and I'm gonna let you have it all. And I went to a notarized person, and I said, she can have it, take it. But that, in all reality, that is not gonna benefit her. The lawyers are gonna eat everything. She was gonna take it to probate court. I had no money to travel to Georgia from Maryland. You have to have money to fight this stuff. And she knew that mentally I'm messed up from my childhood to my kids getting taken. They never stepped in to try to help. So why would they try to help me now? She just sold everything out. And when it came down to selling the house itself, oh, here comes Crystal. She can't do nothing without my signature. Then it was, oh, I love you. You've always been my daughter. The sweet talk. I'll do for you. Okay, how about I just send you $6,000? I was like, if you think that's all I'm worth out of a $179,000 home, then I'll take it. But you know what? God don't like ugly. I just said that to her and let it be because I was just tired of fighting. She knew I didn't have the money to fight it, so I let it be. And my husband's like, babe, you sure that's what you want to do? You could live in that house. We could move to Georgia and live in it. It's yours. I said, but then I got thinking, thinking too much. Thinking, well, I didn't put in anything in their marriage. I didn't provide the house. I didn't see my dad ever. He never reached out to me. The only thing I did get, she is kind of right. The only thing I did inherit, it was through a law. Because I really didn't go visit them or put any money into that house, but it was left to me for a reason. I feel, and I just let it go. I know everybody's going to say, why'd you do that? Like everybody down here said, but I mean, I'm in a whole different state. I could have, walked away and said, go ahead and sell it and send me the money. And she would have been, now she's down here in my same county, 2 minutes away from me, living in a campground, bought a 79,000, 2025 camper to live in for the rest of her life. And she's set for life because she got all the money and rubbing it pretty much in my face.
Yeah. Golly.
That's how common people will do you. So I totally understand. I just went through it. And my dad didn't make a will for a reason. He didn't want to upset her, and he didn't want to upset anybody. So when he went, he just wanted it to go the way it goes.
That is so messed up, though. I don't like that.
It is.
Real quick, please like the live, please share the live, and if you can contribute to the live goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, don't forget to get your daily heart me and please subscribe. Jessica, you all right, girl?
And yeah, girl, I'm living in my car.
What is going? What? Whoa! What is going on?
Well, my contract for the state has been like coming like less and less work, and like it's about to expire anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not making no money on TikTok, so yeah.
Where's your daughter?
Well, we're gonna live in the car. Yeah. We have nowhere else to go. I can't pay rent. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Can you please make a GoFundMe?
I have one. I've had one for 3 months. No donate, nothing. Nothing.
Is it on your profile? Like, is it in your bio?
I think I took it off when I got my job at the state. But, yeah.
Whoa. Wait a minute. So,
working my butt off, and it's
So what happened with the contract? Like they just, oh God.
Yeah, I'm a contractor, and so like when your contract is up, or when they like don't have a project for you that day, they send you home. Yeah.
Oh wait. So, okay. I thought it was one of those things like, I mean, it's still bad. I thought it was one of those things like you worked for somebody that had like, it was a contract through, oh God.
Yeah, I work as Secretary of State, and my contract is, over. Yeah. But they don't tell you this until, a couple days before you're done,
What?
Yeah.
So, like, who are you contracted out through?
Through a temp agency for the state of Nevada. Yeah.
And, oh my God.
Yeah, they don't tell you that until a couple days before your contract is over. And then, like, last week I was sick a little bit, and then when my bosses would go out of town, like, they went to Vegas, like, there's no work when they're gone. So, it's pretty messed up.
Are you able to get unemployment?
I think I can reapply for unemployment. Because when Honda did me dirty, like, a few months ago, which I'm currently in the middle of, like, litigation with them, I think I still have benefits from that. It's just when I took this contract, they ended my unemployment.
Oh.
I mean, I would have probably been better off just staying on the unemployment than trying to get a job, honestly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that is horrifying.
I mean, when I do have a job, like, I make good money, but yeah.
I am so sorry. Yeah, put that GoFundMe out.
I'll put it up.
Jeez, like y'all. Oh my God.
It's crazy.
Rest of streamers asking, where in Nevada? Are you in southern or northern Nevada?
I'm in northern. I'm in the capital.
Oh boy.
Like 20 minutes from Reno.
I thought it was bad the government shut down, but that was wrong of your job to let you know like 2 days prior. That doesn't give you time to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And then so I was sick last week. I get paid weekly. And so I think my next paycheck is only going to be like 30 hours, and then next week will be like 16 hours. So, yeah.
Hey Jessica, I just came in. Why are you having to move so quickly? Did they set you up in housing or?
No, it's my own apartment, but like the fact that my boss went to Vegas like a couple weeks ago, I didn't have to go in because there's no work when nobody's there. And then the next week he went to Yosemite, and so there was 2 days that I missed that week. And then I got sick the next week for 2 days. So I mean I missed quite a bit of work this month. And I'm the type of person that like doesn't want negative. And the apartment isn't even in my name, it's in my mom's name. Because my credit was so screwed up that I couldn't even find a place when I got out here.
Well, just stay there until we can figure some stuff out. Because like, unless you're being evicted and they're telling you to get out, you don't have to legally right now. You've got some time.
I never stay if I can't pay. You know, I've always just.
What? Wait. So hold on a second. So you're not being evicted?
Not yet, no, but I can't pay rent.
Stay, honey.
Stay in the apartment.
Girl, breathe.
Jessica, you have a lease in your mom's name, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, because even if you're behind a month on, I run a hotel for 10 years, and my hotel is a long-term stay. Even at my hotel, now I'm in Texas, by Texas law, I still have to give them 30 days if they've been there longer than 30 days, or take them to court. So even if I take them to court and they get caught up, they're allowed to stay. And they don't even have leases. So you have a lot of grounds to be there. You don't have to leave your apartment. Especially if you're not even a month late.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't go live in your car. I would stay in your apartment.
You have a lease? As long as you have a lease, they can't make you go nowhere. You have a lease?
Yeah.
You can stay in your apartment. You just have to get caught up, at some point, but you have a while before that would even happen. And especially with the economy being the way it is, if you talk to the office and explain to them, a lot of times they'll work with you.
Yeah.
I used to run a mobile home community as well that had 120 houses we rented out. So I worked with people all the time.
Well, I'm hoping because I have a settlement conference in my lawsuit next week. Because the judge is like super mad at these people and wants them to settle. And so, I mean, that would really be great if they would settle even for half,
You'll be fine. It takes 30 days for them to give you a notice. You have to answer that notice. You have to go to court. You got enough time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Go get your air conditioner.
Yeah. Go get back in the apartment.
You sound like you crying, girl. We've been through this before. You're right, baby girl. You're being okay. You ain't drowning as bad as you think you drown. It's somebody outside with a horse story. There's somebody outside that's outside that can't get inside. You still inside. You okay?
Okay. Yeah, these eviction rules were not just made for squatting people. They were also made to protect tenants in situations like this, so they get ample time to figure out their finances. You are fine. Like you said, if they serve you in 30 days, then you have to respond. Then they have to actually take you to court. There are people that are in court for years, and I know you're not the kind of person not to pay or anything, but you have plenty of time on your side if you're saying the settlement should be coming in. Go get it.
And the judge is gonna look at her reasonable cause. She just lost the job, so it doesn't even matter. The judge will give you 6 months they'll tell the owner he got 6 months for her to find somewhere to live just because she was a tenant with a lease. She don't got no money with her. As long as she ain't never gave a perm, she not a bothersome person. He gotta give her 6 months to be who she needs to be.
Yeah, no, it's just me and my daughter, and
oh, you T-word. You said baby. They ain't about to make you and the baby homeless. No.
Yeah, but also, does your mom know what's happening? Because you said it's her lease, right?
Yeah, she's 85 though, like she can't even, watch my daughter for 4 hours without being in bed for the next week.
No. I was just wondering, like, because you've got to let your mom know what's going on because it's her lease.
Well, wait, do you have HRA services down there, like public assistance? Because you have a senior citizen mom and you have a child. There's a lot of help for you right now.
I have applied for every type of assistance. Like, I am the most resourceful person, and when I run out of resources, there's something really wrong,
Right. Well, stop worrying. You don't gotta go nowhere. Trust me when we tell you. You don't gotta go nowhere. It'll be alright. That gives you enough time to think about everything else that's going on.
Thank you. Oh, it's hard.
It's okay. It get better, girl. It get better.
Yeah. Just move your stuff back into your apartment.
Yeah, you was overreacting. We all do. Y'all, you probably a little bit younger than us, but we overreacted at one time in life. But it's okay.
I think I'm older than you guys realize.
Nah, you sound a little bit young. You sound like a baby.
Let's put a note.
You said you what?
Chat.
36.
You 36. You a baby, girl. Bye.
Restless put a job opportunity for you in the chat if you want to look, honey.
Oh, let me look. I haven't looked.
American Enterprises and Properties is looking for someone.
Look at Restless. Restless is over there multitasking.
Restless is only $14 an hour. Like, I'm a certified paralegal and document preparer. You know, like I'm educated. I usually don't work for anything less than 30, and I freak out. You know what I mean? I saw some jobs on Indeed the other day, and they were like $12 for daycare, like minimum wage, and I'm like, that doesn't even cover a quarter of my rent. You know what I mean? Like, I got skills, and people don't. They just want to use them for free. You know?
Well, just take what you can for right now. You try to just make ends meet. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
I might go back to work for TurboTax because my boss keeps hitting me up, but they want to kill you when they work you.
Well, you got open opportunities. You got doors open. Jump in them, girl.
And then I also got my e-notary today because I'm a notary as well. So I can notarize anything in the state of Nevada on my computer, you know?
Oh, so you Gucci here. You ain't got nothing to be complaining about. Girl, stop crying. You got more under your belt than the average female.
It's like 20, it's 24, it's like 24 after like the parking and trash. Yeah.
That's not bad. Something beats a blink though.
Hey, but guess what? I have not bought a disposable vape in 49 days.
That's good.
Who cares about the rest? I haven't been vaping.
So you kind of detoxing right now. You kind of going through a withdrawal, and you got hype things going on. You was overreacting.
I think quitting vaping is hurting worse my lungs than when I was vaping, honestly.
But is your mental okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I'm over the want to vape. Like I'm over that, but like my breathing is suffering really hard.
Yeah, don't do it, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go back to vaping, but it's just that's the worst part.
Mike, I get some regular weed, no vaping. Go back to the natural stuff.
I don't even mess with any of that. You know, like I was trying to get a job hired through this state that wasn't contract. You know. I don't put anything in my system that, you know, would pop out anyway.
Well, gotta take what's best for you, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like property management.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
I did hospitality, like hotels. Actually, I should call because one of the hotels here locally had a position. They offered me a position a year and a half ago for front desk. And I was like, yeah, this is not the money that I need right now, you know. And so then they posted that they're looking for a director of operations at that hotel. So I should probably just maybe go down there, drive down there and talk to them.
Yeah, stop telling yourself, no, that's not enough money. You better go and say, it's enough money for right now. Just go get, you gotta eat. You gotta feed yourself. Yeah. You got somebody else depending on you. You can't be selfish right now. You gotta do what works.
Yeah, Medusa's saying make sure to communicate with your landlord. Yeah.
I'm gonna go down there. I'll talk to the leasing office.
Wait, does your mom live with you?
No, she lives on the other side of town with her new husband. But like he hates me.
Oh.
He tells me all the time that when I stop over there to even pick up like mail or anything, he's like, "Okay, you gotta go now."
Oh no.
I know. I'm like, I was here before you, helping mom.
He catch a flat tire on a good day.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That's my mama.
Yeah. You've only been here a year. I've been here longer.
I'd be a spoiled brat and sit around and stuff. That's my mommy. I'm not going.
I mean, yeah, I kind of do that already.
I know, I bet.
Oh, man.
You can't talk to your mother. He must be mad.
Yeah, especially if he says on the phone, if he's like, okay, well, we're going to go watch. Last night they said, we're going to go watch the World Series. I said, okay, cool. 5 minutes later, I'm walking in the door. Here we are to watch the game. He's like, so mad.
Oh, man.
And one thing, it's nice with me because, I've been through some stuff, and I don't let anybody push me around anymore,
And you kind of put your big girl panties on. Pull them up. Your big girl. Pull them up.
Hey, but, those new nails, that Alyssa stuff, that gel stuff, don't buy it because it doesn't come off.
I stay all natural.
Try to at least just paint these ugly things, and then I'm going to go down to that hotel and see what they're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Wait, where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm at home.
Oh, you're in the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Don't forget, the cat's coming with us. I'm kidding.
I don't know what to think right now. Okay. All right. But you know what? I think I'm going to go because it's almost time for my son to get home. And I got to see if he's got like homework and whatnot. But yeah, thank y'all so much for coming.
Thank you.
We got to 211,000 likes. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for keeping the chat going. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for the power shares. And thank y'all so much for all the gifts. I will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm probably not going to have any cool math for you all. Probably not. Unless I think of something. I don't know. I might have to incorporate some because that was kind of fun. I think I might get one of those little pointer things for the wall back there. Because I kind of like that. It's fun. Role plays. We'll role play if maybe. Are you going to participate, Restless? A laser pointer? No, I want one of those old school things because this is like a chalkboard, so I want one of those old school things. No, we didn't.
I tagged you in a post with those really cool chalkboard markers.
Oh, chalkboard markers. Oh shit. Well, I have chalk here that I've been using. I forgot I had chalk. Like I bought it a few years ago. Yeah.
I thought about you when I saw them.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
That's the only thing I thought about.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I gotta think about that because I don't know. Y'all been. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. We might do like maybe a role play early. How about that, Restless? We'll do one role play early to make up for not role playing today on this live. But I still want them finger hearts. All right. Thank y'all so much. I'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'll make sure. Yeah, Restless is all about them finger hearts. Yeah, I'll have something. I'll have something whipped up for you guys. Ooh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on the spectrum. I'm sorry, y'all. And y'all just had to see that. No, I just had an idea.
Yeah.
No, I just had an idea. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. I will see you again at 7 p.m. Eastern. I got a bunch of work to do now. Damn. All because I had an idea. And I barely had any sleep because I woke up at like 3-something. And my brain was like, math and triangulation and Pythagoras. Like fucking beautiful mind bullshit. Y'all, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
You said welcome to my world, Restless.